What's up, Jessica? What's up, Yvette? How you doing? I dislike Nick so much. What are your feelings towards him? I ain't really got no feelings towards him as yet. I'm trying to give him a chance and see. I ain't heard nothing good for real though. What's up, Uncle Sam? Somebody sent me this video, told me to watch this video. Is a black man perspective on it. We'll see. I mean, earlier I say he a racist, but I ain't heard a lot, so I'ma see. Give him a chance, as people say. After the first few minutes, I get it. What's up, Spacey? So what you think, Jessica? You think he racist? Absolutely. Damn. Maybe I shouldn't even be watching it. Hold on, y'all. Cold in Chicago. It ain't really cold. Can y'all hear me? Well, it's cold, but I mean, it's alright. Watch it. Alright, I'm just gonna start it. See while you're watching it on Monday. I'm just trying to see what's to the man. Y'all don't think I should watch it? We just gonna see.
What's wrong with you? I'm a young man. My country has been stolen from me. No, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
What the fuck is that? I'm saying, is that taken out of context or what? What the fuck is that? Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. And blacks need to be in prison for the most part. What the fuck? That's how the video started, and this dude perspective supposed to help me because he a black man. Okay, we're gonna go back one more time and listen to how this start.
Anyone that has any genuine racial hatred, we have to just say there's something wrong with you. I'm a young man. My country has been stolen from me. No, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
In this video, we're going to be reacting to Nick Fuentes clips, and not in a gotcha kind of way, but in a genuine, just trying to understand the things he says, why people find him to be absolutely hilarious, the top clips that I've seen, clips that I honestly agree with, and some things that just provide more context to what he talks about and the man that he is. And like the title of this video, we're going to be debunking and help clearing, I guess, some of the lies being told about him. I'm not saying I agree with him 100% on anything. I don't agree with anybody 100%, but I'll always...
What this dude got going on? This dude got something going on.
Just call out and point out when we're having a large group of people like this person, like Nick Fuentes, and then another large group of people saying, don't listen to that, don't listen to that. No, we finna listen to that. We are. You keep telling us to ignore this man. You keep telling us not to like him, not to listen to him. You're only pushing people to do that. And in this video, we're going to talk about why he's honestly never bothered me the damn near decade that I've known of this man. I've known of Nick Fuentes and heard about him since 2018. He's always been around. He's always been on this grind. And truth be told, I feel like he's been one of the most consistent people out there. I don't know. I don't know. I know a lot of people that know of him and have met him personally. They have their own beef with him or they don't have beef. All I'm here to say is that we're going to be reacting to some clips, ones that I love, some that I've never seen, and we're just going to give some real commentary to it all.
All I'm saying is minorities are really obnoxious and they should just behave. Hispanics speak English. Muslims too loud with the Muslim call to prayer. Black people, speakerphone is not the default option. Put it to your head. Indoor voices.
Dude, this is why this is why.
That shit ain't funny though. Like, I don't know. Like, people saying get this dude a chance, and this video been going on for 2 minutes and 8 seconds, and goddamn. This dude is crazy, bro. How Charlie Kirk getting called the racist airway and this dude flying under the fucking radar. I'm trying, but I don't like this.
And a lot of these memes are intros to Nick as of lately. Why so many young Gen Z people just gravitate towards this man and they find this funny. Like, this is an actual funny reel. And if you've seen Instagram reels, you know how dark it can get. You know how crazy and decrepit it can get. This is funny. It's funny and it's real. It's true.
And I will tell you this.
As you go from it's funny to it's real and it's true. Let's hear this shit again. Did I go back too far?
Not in a gotcha kind of way. Back into some clips, ones that I love, some that I've never seen, and we're just going to give some more commentary to it all.
All I'm saying is minorities are really obnoxious, and they should just behave. Hispanics speak English. Muslims too loud with the Muslim call to prayer. Black people.
No, I still watch it, Jessica.
Speakerphone is not the default option. Put it to your head. Indoor voices.
Dude, this is why people this is why, and a lot of these memes are intros to Nick as of lately. Why so many young Gen Z people just gravitate towards this man and they find this funny. Like, this is an actual funny reel. And if you've seen Instagram reels, you know how dark it can get. You know how crazy and decrepit it can get. This is funny. It's funny and it's real. It's true.
And I will tell you this as plainly as possible. I don't want to live around black people. I just don't. It would be irresponsible if I had a wife and kids to live near black people. It just would be.
Hear me out. I'm going to find this reel and I'm going to put it up next.
I mean, I don't know how you can justify nothing like that. What do you mean? I'm saying, just sound like he's saying like all black people are criminals, like all black people are bad. Now I can get if he was saying he don't want to live in the hood, or he don't want to live in the ghetto, or he don't want to live around gangs. I get that. I'm black and I don't really want to live around the black gang culture and all that type of shit. But he's just saying blacks. He's not saying one specific group or criminals and nothing like that. He's just saying blacks. That shit come off racist. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see what he's talking about.
They reminded me of that before I said what I'm about to say. Because what I'm about to say is that he's right. I mean, it's a meme, but it's low-key real. It's why a lot of people move away from the hood and they move away.
He didn't say the hood though. If he would have said the hood, that go over way smoother, bro. If he would have said gang-infested neighborhoods or drug-infested neighborhoods or this type of area or that type of area, the man is saying around blacks. So you try to add the hood for him to kind of assume what he talking about. He didn't say that though. He didn't say the hood. That ain't what he said at all.
From all that, and they wanted to go in a nice neighborhood that has less black people because in large part, a lot of black people just don't know how to act, and it's not a pleasant experience. And before someone out there watching this video, oh my God.
Are black people the only people that don't know how to act? Like, what the fuck? What is up with this black dude, bro? Black, 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 black. Look at his face.
It's so racist. I mean, why would you say that? I've seen so many reels and so many jokes and TikToks of other black creators like saying the same thing because it's real. It's recognized even within the black community. Let me find this. Here's one. This one says property value is going up when you see white people walking their dog at night.
How we doing?
What does that entail? That entails your property value is going down when you live around black people. Let me find another one. POV, when you move to an all-white neighborhood and other black people start moving in. So yeah, it's a real thing not wanting to necessarily live near black people because we know how the culture acts and we know how it is and we know what goes down. And I know so many friends and family members who have experienced this, who've been in a nice neighborhood, then they get black neighbors and it's just a stereotypical black neighbors and it just doesn't work out. And it's real. It's relatable.
To say that every black person is violent. It's not to say that every black person is the same way.
Thank you.
But we watch the news. We read the papers. When you drive downtown in Chicago, you know who you got to look out for and worry about when you're thinking about whether you're going to get carjacked, when you're worried about catching a stray bullet, when you're worried about who's going to pull up on the side of the road and literally shove a rifle in your face and steal your iPhone or shoot you point blank, execution style, in Lincoln Park. We know who's doing it.
We know.
Nah, there's some truth to that. That don't bother me as much because when I'm downtown, I'm kind of watching out for like the young black crowd or the face tattoos or something like that. I mean, if it was going to be somebody who come downtown Chicago and maybe commit some crimes or victimize somebody, it might do be like the black hood community or something like that. So that don't really bother me. But the first shit that not want to live around blacks, I got a problem with that.
I don't want to live near them. I don't want to be near them. They make me nervous.
I mean, I'm not going to be mad at him for saying that because I don't want to either. I don't want to live around like the black gang banging type. I don't really want to be around them. And they make me nervous too. They make me nervous for them and for myself, for them putting me in a situation of force me to do something that I don't want to do and throw my whole life off track because of the decision they made. So that I can understand.
What are you supposed to say to that? Because you really can't refute anything that he said. All the most dangerous things that happened in Chicago happened at the hands of other black people. So on one end, I'm being told by liberals like, oh, Amir, the white man bad, you fear the white man, Black Lives Matter, stick with the blacks. But if I'm looking at the hardcore experience, it's the black people making it difficult to even just exist. So
that's also true. At least in Chicago. So I ain't gonna paint with a broad brush and speak for places I ain't been. But as far as in Chicago, as being from somebody who from them type of communities and from a ghetto or whatever you want to call it, they definitely make it hard to exist.
Again, another meme, but like the meme is like, oh, you're my real estate agent. But like it's relatable, it's honest, it's real, it's transparent, and people gravitate towards this because there's no sugarcoating. Like there's no bullshit with it.
No, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple. It's literally...
That shit was horrible and it ain't funny. That was horrible, and not just for blacks, even for women. That's horrible. Shouldn't be saying no shit like that. That shit ain't funny.
That simple. I talk a lot.
Holy shit.
Tickled the fuck out of you, Danny.
That is my favorite clip I've ever seen.
Why don't ever elaborate? Why is it your favorite clip?
That is my favorite clip. It is so funny. It is so funny. And that is one of the most famous clips that's ever...
They both... Look, I got none against the alphabet community or whatever you want to call them, people who date the same sex, whatever the fuck you want to say. But it just seemed like two dudes who are gay and really got a problem with women. I mean, both of them come off like they're gay.
went around. It's one of the most quotable ones that Nick has ever done. Because again, it's funny. Jews are running society, women need to shut up, blacks need to be in prison for the most part. And we would live in paradise. And truth be told, I mean, you're allowed to have your opinion. You're allowed to think certain things. No one's preventing you from doing it. Well, a lot of people have prevented this man from doing just that. A lot of people have prevented this man for almost a decade now from using his voice, using his platform to speak, banned off a payment platform, at one point banned from TSA, at one point somebody even tried to at his house, all for just saying things that he's allowed to say, especially critiquing Israel. You're allowed to do that. I'm sorry. If Ben Shapiro can go on college campuses and go on tours just ripping and railing about the black community, then Nick Fuentes can do the same thing, ripping and railing about the Jewish community. It's fair game. It's free speech and it's fair game. I'm not mad at it. I'm living in this country with free speech. That means free speech. Therefore, that includes a speech that I may not like or that I may find offensive, and that's cool. That's what I sign up for. Because the second we start mandating speech, and we can't.
Ain't nobody saying he can't say it. Well, I ain't saying he can't say it. I'm just saying it's offensive. Some of the shit he's saying. But everybody want to go right to free speech and how you can say whatever you want to say. I ain't saying what nobody can and can't say. But shit, sometimes you're going to say shit that offend other people. And if you saying shit that offend other people on the regular, just, be ready to stand on your words, shit.
Say this, we can't say that. Who controls that? Who puts the control? Who has that control to say, well, you can't say this and you can't say that? Because there's a lot of things that people find offended that other people don't. The same people talking about, oh my gosh, the right is so racist and misogynistic and homophobic and transphobic. Okay, well then why are there Republican trannies, Republican gay people, Republican black people, and Republican women? Who controls what? And that's the problem with the censorship. It's the things like this, it's the quotable stuff and how just raw this man is, and that makes him so relatable and just real and funny to a lot of people out there. A lot. People underestimate how much power this man has and how much pull and how many followers he gets. I genuinely feel like you ask the average man under 30, I'll go 35 and under, who Nick Fuentes is, they know. Because they're tapped in, and a lot of people understand his life. Even when you do a deep dive we're doing this video and we're watching the clips, you can see when he's being serious, when he's being soft, when he's being funny, when he's being memey, because it's meme culture. And we're gonna see throughout this video what a meme is, what it isn't, when he's being serious, when he's not. So like I said, we'll get into that later, but what we do know is not meme culture, is life when real shit happens. Especially if you get injured. But thankfully if you do, you can check out Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Everything is free unless you
don't fuck about y'all promotions and shit.
They didn't speak English, and that's exactly what it sounded like. It was the Elmer's McDonald's at 2 a.m., and it was straight up a nonverbal Hispanic that didn't speak English, and that's exactly what it sounded like. It was and I was like, are you kidding me? I just had to kind of go with it.
I'm not gonna lie, that's funny, but it's fucked up. But and look, oh my god, man, that was actually funny, but that is all right, man, okay.
And I was like, yeah, number one with a Diet Coke and 5-piece McNuggets. Okay, thanks a lot. See you at the next window.
Oh my god.
That's what it was. And I was like, okay, so we're fucked.
How we fucked cause the dude in the drive-thru at McDonald's ain't got the best English. That mean we fucked. Come on, man. God damn. That mean we fucked. Oh, all this other shit that's going on, we worried about the damn Mexican guy at McDonald's who don't speak the best English. Come on, man.
You guys, you don't understand. This is a meme, but this is more the funny side, but real. This, when I'm watching this, it's like I'm talking to my bros on Discord. It's like I'm talking to my good friends. It's so funny and relatable because, listen, nothing irritates me more than being in this country and you don't know a lick of English. Why the hell you here? See, I'm about to crash out.
People can be here for all different type of reasons, so you got to stay somewhere that's dangerous as hell or something like that, or somewhere that's war just because you don't know English. Now, I agree. If you come here over time, you should be learning English. You should at least be trying to learn English in some way, but it don't really bother me if they can't unless I'm like on the phone with like a call center or some shit like that and the English is all messed up and I can't really understand. But like he said don't nothing bother him more than that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Just have a
Can't go to Paris and expect somebody to speak English. I can't go to Tokyo, Japan, and expect them to go from Hakinakura to like English for me. No, I feel like if you're working somewhere, you should be speaking the native language of the town, of the country that you're in. Like there was one time I went to Miami, I was so mad. I was in Miami, which granted I know it's Miami, but I was like in Brickell. I was like downtown in the area, and I don't know what ice cream shop I was at, but I was at this ice cream shop, and no one knew a lick of English. No one. And they were looking at me like I was the problem. And I'm sorry, I'm in America. Why are we not knowing English? There was another, this happened so much.
Now that's different now. Don't nobody know English and you somewhere in America and you at any type of establishment or something like that, that's a goddamn problem. That's a problem, bro. If don't nobody speak it, I'm all right. How you doing? If you somewhere in America, like that clip that was going viral and that lady was in Walmart, that Cam was playing to come, nobody speak English in a Walmart. Now that's totally different than from maybe one person in the McDonald's drive-thru don't speak the best English. But if don't nobody speak English and you in an American city, an American state, then that shit just ain't cool.
It happens so much. That's why this is relatable, and it's funny because it happens to a lot of people. I ordered DoorDash, and this man had the audacity to call me talking about he lost. Well, he didn't say he was lost, but I could tell. It was like, like you couldn't hear. I was no English, but he was lost. Probably because he can't read street signs. And how you gonna call me, asking for directions, and you don't know lick of English? Now I paid for this food. I'm hungry. I want my chicken, and it can't get to my house because you don't know English? Because you're in America?
Talking about chicken. Bitch, shut up. He right though with the DoorDash people. The DoorDash people be rushing. They be this, they be that. You trying to text them and get in contact with them. They don't speak the language. They pull up. Dude was trying to ask me for my ID because I had ordered some liquor. He just didn't know how to say nothing. I ain't gonna lie, that could be frustrating too. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. He right about the DoorDash and Uber Eats and all that type of shit. It definitely be frustrating, especially when they lost or like don't know where they going, like you said, with your food, and you really can't direct them, you really can't talk to them. So it's like, goddamn, food just getting cold as hell, all type of shit. So I ain't gonna lie, I done experienced that myself.
So it's just countries. Like that was one of the most like, ooh, there was another one. Oh my gosh, there's another one. This was early on. This was 2019. This was July 2019. July 2019, I was in San Francisco. And I was going to the hotel that was next to SFO. So I'm in my Uber, but he knew not a lick of English. All Spanish. Hola, I'm like, hola, ¿cómo estás? Like, I know a little bit, like, un poquito español, but not a lot. But I'm in the Uber, and he dropped me off at the airport, and I'm trying to tell him, no, look at your GPS, look at the phone. Like, I'm in the hotel next to the airport, but he didn't know English, so I had to flag somebody off the side of the road. I'm sorry. If you are in a business in America, you should at least know English. If you want to speak to Spanish to somebody, go for it. Somebody else in that restaurant speaking Spanish, and y'all speaking Spanish, that's cool. But I feel like if we're in America,
I don't even know if that's cool, because it's like, I done had y'all, I ain't saying it ain't cool for y'all both to speak y'all native tongue, but it do bother me when I'm at jobs and I know these two individuals know English, but at certain points and certain times, they just choosing to talk in Spanish right by me. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know if I'm wrong, I ain't saying I'm right, but that bothered me. Like, you know English, speak English, I don't know why y'all deciding to speak Spanish now. Kind of made me feel like y'all talking about me or saying something about me or something like that. So I ain't gonna lie, I be having a problem with that. Like, you know English, speak English.
There should be a basis of what America is, at the bare minimum, a shared language. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm open for, like, in that airport, having all the different languages, sure. Cool. But again, if we are in America and you are doing business in America and you don't know English, that's a problem. You need to be paying your taxes and you need like a English test. We need something. Because their country's just gone. What is a country anymore? Come on, what is a country anymore? Because you know what? You travel to Italy because you know what to expect. You know in your head what you envision Italy to be. If you right now book a flight to Italy and you land in Japan or Tokyo, you're going to be salty because it's not what you expected. You expected Italy because Italy is a country and Italy has its culture. Italy is Italy. So why is that fine? But it's not fine to have that same expectation for America when we're actively losing America before our eyes. It would be confusing, it'll be upsetting, which I'm sure it's happening now. But if I go to Paris and instead of oui, want a baguette, it's like,
oh my God.
I don't even know what language. Like Africans click clacking, and we got Palestinians or whatever, like doing the 5 a.m. calls to prayer in Paris. It's like to a certain point, it's okay to call out when it's expected for a country to have a culture. And I'm sorry, I expect people here working in America to know English. That's just where I'm at.
That's the new thing they're doing. So not, I don't know. I think it's just over at this point. The guy didn't even speak English. He just looked at me. I pulled up to the window and he was just like, he was wearing a t-shirt, wasn't even in the uniform, no visor. Didn't have the McDonald's visor, no red shirt, just wearing a t-shirt. Non-verbal, didn't even say. He's just like, took the payment, gave me the food. I was like, okay.
Yo.
He's saying this. He's saying that this man ain't even have on no McDonald's shirt or no McDonald's visor. Non-verbal. He just took the money.
Keep it twisted.
They know how to count some money, don't they?
I need a vacation. The holidays are brutal. Kick back with blockbuster movies you can stream for free. Season Feedings on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
In the heat of the moment, we deliver cool results with ingenuity and integrity.
The moment you pledge to serve, the USO promised to be with you. Come, let us be your...
Yeah, that's kind of scary to no shirt and no...
He's funny.
No vibes, I don't know, unless the dude was a new employee.
I haven't seen a lot of this. This is so... It feels like I'm just chatting with a bro. It feels like... And I think that's why he's so relatable to so many people out there. And people just get it because on one end, he's talking politics, but this feels like I get that this is like a story time with his bros. That's it. It's a story time with his bros, and it's funny as shit.
Anyone that has any genuine racial hatred, we have to just say there's something wrong with you. I understand not wanting to live around black people.
Valid.
I get it. And I understand when you see what black people do, some of them, I understand hating that. But this whole like autistic racial, like actual racialism, actual racial militant hatred, it is like a freak show, because that comes from an emotional place. It is one thing to say that like there are whites and blacks, and black people clearly are not on our level of development, and that's why they're struggling. That's why they're not integrating well, and that's why there are these problems. Like, it's one thing to say that clinically, and it's one thing to see what they do and get frustrated by it and get angry about it. It's a whole other thing.
What the fuck is he talking about, bro? And this black man just sitting here fucking... Oh, my God.
It is like a freak show, because that comes from an emotional place. It is one thing to say that like there are whites and blacks, and black people clearly are not on our level of development, and that's why they're struggling. That's why they're not integrating well, and that's why there are these problems. Like, it's one thing to say that clinically.
What the fuck is wrong with this clown ass, goofy ass dude, bro? That is some racist shit. I don't get no fuck. The fuck is he talking about? That's why we struggling. Cause we ain't on white people level, we struggling. What the fuck is he talking about? And look at this black man sitting this motherfucker just nodding. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The fuck be going on? I don't agree with that shit at all. I don't even want to get into why we struggling or why we might not be quite on the same level as white people, but it ain't just because like white people superior or no shit like that. It seems like that's what he's trying to say.
Thing to see what they do and get frustrated by it and get angry about it. It's a whole other thing to have this like persistent like antipathy for vast groups of people. That is just like a low IQ, dysfunctional thing.
And this is when we know he's being honest and real. This is a clear representation of his opinions on actual racism. There's a difference in like telling racist jokes with your bros or like making generalizations like he's saying, but there's another to like actually like vehemently hate black people, which we know he doesn't, as he's someone
aggressive. What you mean we know he don't? How we know he don't? I mean, because that explanation right there, it seems like he hate black people. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, man, I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to get a dude a chance, but clip after clip after clip, I'm just not understanding. I don't know how I'm supposed to think anything else, or maybe think that I'm taking something out of context or nothing. Like, this shit is straightforward. I ain't gonna say like it can't be funny. I can see why people can think it's funny. I mean, he brutally honest. Some people like that, but I think he brutally racist too.
Biggest inspiration is a black man, Ye, performing with Kanye West, worked with him.
That's what I said. I said people out here talking about Charlie Kirk racist. Oh, hell no. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Look, ain't hell no. I don't know how this dude been flying under the radar. Or maybe I was just watching the wrong shit. I don't know, but like this is way worse than DI or all the shit. I mean, that Charlie Kirk was saying that I might have thought was racist shit or whatever. That a lot of it did turn out to be taken out of context. But this shit here, ain't no way this is getting taken out of context. It ain't no fucking way this is getting taken out of context. I think he enjoying the fuck out of it too.
Went around the world with him. Like, we know he doesn't actually like hate black people.
How do we know that?
Like, it's different. There's a lot of nuance. There's context.
Not doing Candace
because to
out.
say like, oh, don't put me near black people. I don't live near black people. When I hear that, hello, as a black man, I don't immediately think racist. I immediately think they see what it's like for the average person living next to a black person.
What the fuck is, what's his name? Amir? What the fuck is this dude talking about, bro? Is this dude black or he just got black skin? I'm saying, and I'm not, Charlie just like Nick for a reason. Jake, Nick is extremely far right. He hates everyone, political side, but his extreme side. Then what I'm saying, is this a black man right here? Like African American? Cause you be having to watch that shit too, bro. Cause there be a lot of motherfuckers out here look just like us as far as skin tone and skin color, and they don't like us and they don't care for us either. Like, what the fuck is this dude background? This African American right here? Amir? Anybody know? I don't think there's no brother. Motherfucker gotta run a background check on his ass.
And for a lot of people, it's not a good time. So that's that. But it's examples like that where you just know.
You can have a bad time standing around all type of people. It ain't just black people. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to just completely act like it ain't no point to what he's saying with the not want to live around certain type of black people, like gang bangers and all that shit. I get that shit. What, your kids can't go outside and play, shots every goddamn night, people selling drugs every goddamn well. I get that, but it's certain reasons you won't want to live around all fucking races. Like, it ain't just black people. It's probably like horrible with black people as far as the gang banging and the unaliving and all that shit. I get that. I ain't trying to downplay none of it. Ain't nothing wrong with nobody saying that about that specific group of black folks. But you won't want to live next door to a fucking family of Nazis either. Or you won't want to live next door to no damn Mexican cartel members either. Like, whatever the fuck it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get why it's just black people.
just tell when he's being for real, when he's not. And this is a clip that I have seen. And it's like, yeah, he's spot on with that. We'll just see what else he has to say about this.
And everything. Oh, well, but that doesn't make you mad. It's like, yeah, it makes me mad. I'm not filled with like racial hatred for an entire group.
Sounds like
even the Jews, even the Jews, as much as justified as it would be. No.
That's not funny.
But even like I do actually like a lot of Jewish people. Like I even though Jewish people have ruined my life in many ways, and like they do horrible things, I don't have a hatred for them as a group, and I could say nice things about them, you know. But that
shouldn't be pushing hate against nobody, bro. If you don't like somebody, you don't like somebody. Be out here you pushing hate and talking about who you hate. You ain't even really saying why. How they ruin your life? I don't know what the fuck is up with this dude. I'm trying to.
That comes from being a Christian. That's the kind of peace and that's the kind of disposition that you can only have if you love God, if you truly have love in your heart for people.
You don't.
And it's no coincidence. It's always these pagans that harbor this intense animosity all the time.
Which to that
Sound
point,
like you got
this is
some
something that
intense
I've seen,
animosity,
especially
bro.
after the passing of Charlie Kirk. If I'm just looking at my life and all the people that I know, and like friends
Don't
of
try to
friends, I'm
bring
like
up
a
Charlie,
big map
bitch.
of like political leanings and like how they're like moral goodness. Most of my friends who are agnostic, who are open to the idea of a God or just doesn't know or believes in a God or a higher power or afterlife, they're more often good people. They just are. And when I think about the people that I know in my life that are atheists or really close with atheists, just there's no God or like even going down the satanic route, they just have no care. They're just mean-spirited people.
Now that I agree with, cause that just remind me of Guy. Like Guy's just mean and low down and evil, and I don't fuck with the whole atheist shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Very mean, and that's something that's real and relatable too. And like even he said, he doesn't hate all Jewish people, but he has a certain love in his heart for everybody. It's just when we bring in the nuances, when we bring in the understanding, we can sit and actually have like a real conversation. And again, it's ones like these that I have all the time with all my guy friends. It's just
This dude definitely on the damn rainbow, and I mean that respectfully, cause yo, guy friends that just absolutely confirmed that. Absolutely confirmed. And like y'all got some hatred for women whole time, like you think you a fucking woman. Like
blunt.
That was insane, dude. Brett Cooper comes out and says, "Go back to Israel. Go back to Israel where you belong." I was like, whoa, Brett. I was like, Brett. I put my hair behind my ear like Radio Rebel. I was like, point. Brett, oh my goodness. I was like, she's really good. I was like, I did the Allison Stoner from Camp Rock. I did the Demi Lovato. Brett Cooper was like, "Hey, Randy Fine." She's like, "You know what? Hey, Randy Fine, why don't you take your fat ass and go back to Israel if you hate America?" She's really good. Brett Cooper, honorary Groiper. Brett Cooper, raise your right hand real quick. That was awesome. That was unexpected. Who was expecting that? I take back everything I said about her. I made fun of her wedding. I don't like her wedding. I'm going to be honest. And we want to know why her wedding was like, she wore cowboy boots. She did that whole like rustic cowboy aesthetic.
Why you care about somebody's wedding? Your ass ain't never gonna find nobody to marry your little Bobby World looking ass. I tell you that. Like, this dude just think he got. This dude is just, man, that's just some hateful shit, bro. He ain't said shit like positive shit. It's just all like hate, if you ask me. That's how I'm taking it. So, like, that's why people, why all these people relate to him. People just like this type of shit. This is just the world we living in. People like all this low down, selfish, bullshit ass talk that ain't helping the country, ain't helping nobody. This just some bullshit. Trump is giving a speech rally in Pennsylvania now. This is just some straight bullshit. This ain't helping at all. This ain't helping nobody. Left, right, back, front, black, white. This ain't helping shit. He ain't helping nobody but Nick. Lying in his pockets while he's spreading all this bullshit, man. Get the fuck on, bro. Regardless of how you was to feel over Charlie Kirk, man, I would take Charlie Kirk over any of these motherfuckers, bro. The motherfucker sitting around mad at Charlie Kirk and talking shit about Charlie Kirk. Look who the fuck we stuck with now. Look who we get now. People always think shit so bad and think they done saw the worst of the worst. Look at how shit is now. This is absolutely insane. This ain't helping at all.
For her wedding?
No, she didn't. I was in her wedding. That was literally the night before, like the little rehearsal, dinner, get together with all the family and friends. We're in Nashville. So like, yeah, there were cowboy boots and hats, but like, that wasn't the wedding. The actual wedding itself was very white and white. It was very white, floral, pretty. It was nice. It was nice. It was a great time, but it wasn't country. It wasn't giving hoedown. It wasn't giving.
That's how you know this dude is on the rainbow. Talking about it wasn't given. Like, and I ain't just trying to keep on this, but I just know. Like, ain't no man finna be talking and be like women be like, oh, it's giving tea, it's giving luxury, you know, like a damn woman talk. Like, it ain't no way no man sitting up talking about it wasn't given. Like, hell no, we don't talk like that. What the fuck is you talking about? Brokeback Mountain.
Yeehaw, churning butter, and I'm like, no, it was none of that. It was not what this man's describing. It was not a country hoedown. That was the night before.
I want to send Brett Cooper a shirt. Can somebody tell me where I can send Brett Cooper the shirt? Because Brett Cooper is this week's white-ass nigga going hardest officially. Brett Cooper Groiper is this week's official white-ass nigga going hard.
Do you hit it?
Honestly, taking Nick out the equation as a friend.
Bro, you act like the man ain't just say the N-word. I hope you gonna address this. Let me go back. With these big-ass glasses on.
Tell me where I can send Brett Cooper the shirt, because Brett Cooper is this week's white-ass nigga going hardest officially. Brett Cooper Groiper is this week's official white-ass nigga going hard.
Honestly, taking Nick out the equation as a friend of Amir Odom, that is Brett. She is the white going hardest. She is the embodiment of that. She is loyal, down to earth, real, honest, bold.
Is this what you saying the next
She's a real one. She's a real ass nigga. She's a real ass nigga, and I give her that. I give her
address
her
how you feel about him.
And then out of nowhere, she's like, and for our next segment.
So this black man, you just ain't gonna say shit about him saying the N-word. Even if you saying you okay with it or not okay with it, you ain't just gonna address it at all. Like it's just normal, like it's just regular, like it's just okay. Like what the fuck going on with Steve Urkel right here, man? What the fuck was Steve Urkel's real name on them shows, man? They don't want people like Charlie Kirk out here spraying nothing. They want people like this out here spraying shit. I don't love his ass. Yeah, I'm watching this on my Xbox. He bumping to me. Y'all know his ass going on Instagram. Yeah, Jaleel White. This who the fuck this is. I wouldn't do shit but roast him. I won't put my hands on him unless he dropped the N-word in front of me. Tell me that motherfucker don't look like Steve Urkel. Yeah, they always unite. Yeah. You see, they getting a straight pass. I don't hear nobody saying nothing about them. He talking about everybody else, every other group. He ain't saying shit about them. He ain't saying shit about the alphabet community. Not a goddamn word. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He ain't nobody else getting no pass.
We're going to shut your mouth for you, Randy Fine. Go back to Israel. I was like, damn. Damn, that's a white-ass nigga going hard as five or solid one.
Bro.
That's Brett.
Not gender exclusive.
That's Brett. I love her. Love her down. Go ahead and go follow her.
Look,
Great,
there you go
amazing
again,
content.
y'all. Talking like a woman. Talking about he love her down. This is how my cousins talk, bro. My female cousin. Like, I love her down. Ooh, I love her. Like, no, bro. No damn man talk like that, man. Now, I bet if Nick get to popping out about your community and your people and how your ass, how you swinging, I bet you wouldn't like Nick so much then. I know he gay. Can't fool me. I bet peeped he was gay. I'm just pointing out how I know. He's clearly gay.
A great, amazing person who you're watching is who you're getting in real life.
They say
But it's like with me, it's if you gay, that don't bother me at all. That's cool. But it's like if you start trying to be a woman in any way, so not just wearing dresses or wearing wigs or wearing purses or going to get some change medically or some shit like that. No, how you talk. Alright? Just cause what you do in your private time in your bedroom, that don't mean your ass gotta be out here trying to use the vocabulary of a woman or to talk like a woman or use words or use phrases and stuff that women use. They shouldn't be doing none of that shit either. That shit ain't cool either. Your ass can still talk like a man. You can still dress like a man. You can still be a man. You just doing whatever you doing in your bedroom. Man, talking about love them down, it's given. You ain't got to do all that shit. That's when the shit starts seeming mental. Maybe you just ain't got the confidence to put the damn dress on, but it sure seems like you want to.
worship him. I admire him. I'm a Nazi. But I'm very clear. I'm America first. I'm a nationalist. I'm a Christian. My program is I want to end mass migration. I want mass deportations. I want a government informed by Christianity. I want to decouple from Israel. I want industrial policy. Like this is what I talk about on the show. But because I don't have this mythological, I don't observe this mythological religion of Hitler and the Holocaust, they say I'm a goose-stepping Nazi.
And to me, what it's getting at is this idea that we have to fall lockstep in line with Hitler's like the worst person in all of history, no matter what, even though we know there are other people out there who've killed more people than Hitler. But he's the utmost
bad person. Just
worst
leave it at
boogeyman out there. We have to fear him, and we have to, obey anything in terms of relation to the Holocaust and like treat it like this big ordeal. Like Kanye was talking about treating it bigger than like slavery, when there's actively people in this day and age going through their own battles with their own regions, nations, and countries, and it's just very interesting. I'm gonna let him keep talking.
But if you don't observe the dogma of Hitler and the Holocaust, they say, oh, you're this, that, and the other. And that's the point. Now, to the extent that I make jokes about Hitler,
the same thing.
or we say, all my niggas Nazis, Heil Hitler. To the extent that we do.
A lot of people be calling Trump Hitler because they think he don't like black people for whatever reasons. And then they think he's just trying to be a king. You know what I'm saying? I think he's just trying to run shit like Hitler. My whole reason was calling Trump Hitler back then. It was because J.D. Vance is who I heard saying it. So it was like a play on that for me. So when somebody will come up to me and ask me why I'm saying that or why I think that, I just tell them I'm just saying it because J.D. Vance said it.
That it is basically to treat this in a sacrilegious way. It is to blaspheme this religion. It is to destroy the sacred cow, the idol of the Holocaust. That's the point of joking about it.
So, to me, for one, when Kanye came out with that song, the whole boom, 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 nigga, blank, blank, when he came out with that song, I immediately got it. If you look deeper into it, it makes total sense, because it is very ironic how you can go on a Spotify and Apple Music, whatever you want, and you can find black people making the most moronic music talking about all the drugs and the women and the liquor and the killing each other, calling each other names, aborting baby. You can talk about anything. But if you make a song about Hitler, it's like, oh my gosh, that's the end all be all. How dare you? How could you?
And that's a good point. Okay, so I could vibe with that. I mean, that was a good way to say it, because I mean, people literally say everything in hip hop. I mean, all the foul shit. You know what I'm saying? That play a big part in why these black communities is like they is, why these kids growing up wanting to be what they wanted to be, and all type of shit like that. It keep the violence going, it keep the low respect for women going, it keep the drug dealing going, all that. Music play a huge part in that. So I feel them on that. If motherfuckers in the black community can sit up making all these really just terrible ass songs that ain't doing nothing but causing destruction, I mean, who cares if a motherfucker make a song about Hitler? It can't be no worse than that shit that's getting said over here in the hip hop community. So I can agree with that too.
When that's just talking about a historic moment, when there's actively things going on tearing down our community that's allowed to be promoted. It's like, so he can't make a song talking about hell blank, but he can make a song saying, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna do da 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 da.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's inconsistent. It's just odd. That song to me was an underlying FU to the music
the rap
industry.
Is really shit.
Like I'll play it. There's clips of like the record label owners who are they're openly Jewish.
Yeah, for sure.
Talking about how it's important to
they own most of the industry, man. When you talk about music, especially when you talk about hip hop, when you see who really own these companies, who really behind this company, it is the J people. It is 100%. They in full control of it. They're in full control of it, and I think they want these rappers to keep rapping about what they rapping about. I think they encourage them to keep rapping what they rapping about, and I think they know what it's doing, and they know the part it's playing in certain communities, and I think that's the reason for it. But it's up to the artists to like change something or make change, or quit just doing anything for money, quit being puppets, quit tearing down your own community with this bullshit ass music that you know ain't helping none, because it help you make it out and helping you making millions of dollars, but you really part of the fucking problem. So I like agree with this whole little segment of what this dude's saying, or what Amir's saying.
Off of this bad music that is degrading the black community.
That's you think that's hypocritical though? You're saying
it's opportunistic. Yeah, I got people to feed. I got a business to run.
So we can greenlight and push forward this horrible music and horrible culture, but not greenlight this one song. It's very.
I still wouldn't green like the song, like far as act like saying hell Hitler is okay or anything like that. But what I will say is the song should be able to be made. The song should be on Apple Music and Spotify and all type of shit like that. If that's the song he making, and whether people agree with it or not, because it's just like the point he making. All this fucking rap, 95% of this rap, probably more than that, is fucking horrible and causing destruction in all type of communities like mine. Like in neighborhoods like where I come from, it's probably the number one cause of why stuff is happening, even over money and even over drugs and even over girls, is what was said on the damn rap record. And these ain't even major artists. These people that only Chicago know. All Chicago don't even know them, goddammit. And these songs are coming out, and these certain disses coming out, and certain shit being said, and it's causing people to be unalived and all type of shit.
Very odd. It is. If you say certain things about a certain community, well, the Jewish community is what we're talking about here, it's taken so seriously, but nothing else is taken seriously. The only thing taken seriously is Holocaust and Nazis and like Hitler. That's it. Everything else is fair game except that. Because if you talk about that, and even if you just make a claim like how Kanye did, he made a claim. He was like, hey, Jews run everything in all the media, and they run everything, and I'm like gonna call them all out. He got taken off everything.
I didn't know he dated no black woman, but It don't shock me that Trump
you're
dated a
finally
black
here.
woman, because
Has it
one
been
thing
settled?
I know about Trump for sure is I don't think it's no discrimination when it comes to women.
Happy
Like,
birthday!
you a fine, nice looking woman, I don't think he can discriminate if he wanted to. You love women too much.
I brought Stella Rosa. Moments made sweeter with Stella Rosa.
It's not easy to get insurance. At Get Covered Illinois, we're here to help. It's one place with
Locked up in Illinois juvie at Cook County, the Audi home, or anywhere else in the system.
A global settlement may be coming.
All these rappers can say whatever they want, but the second you criticize,
It ain't making no excuse out of the music and all that, cause all the gang banging stuff been going on behind the music. So it's not like the whole reason that this is happening is cause of music, but it's throwing fuel on fire. That's what it's doing. It is the actions of the person. I'm not saying it's justifying it or it's making it okay, but I'm from a community like this. I'm from a neighborhood like this. So I know what's going on. Like, this is why stuff is happening. People arguing on tracks saying real deceased people name. Really clowning people deaths and saying how it happened and why it happened and laughing that it happened. This is definitely adding fuel to the fire. And it gotta be damn sure worse than a song that's just saying Hail Hitler. I done saw the destruction firsthand. Like, I live somewhere like this. I'm from somewhere like this. This ain't just me talking. I'm from a ghetto. I'm from a hood. This is what's going on.
it's just one moment in time. Now you get kicked off your bank account. Now you get kicked off your music platforms. Now you get. I'm gonna let him continue.
It's Will
But I've
Smith
never,
in with it.
the
What?
things that I've said in a serious way don't need to be taken. I've never said anything serious I would take back. I've never said crazy shit that isn't obviously a joke, that isn't obvious edgelord, we're trolling, it's a meme, it's whatever.
Exactly.
And so when Dave says, oh, well, what about all this crazy Nazi shit? It's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
He said he found the Grange
Are you
card.
one?
Why trying to action movies never went out and shot a bunch of people? I understand you, Jake, just was saying. I get what you saying too, but when you go watch the action movie, that's just different because that's a movie. Other than already being in two opposite gangs and having somebody you love and care about get unalived, then hear the people from the other side, the opposite gang, make a song about it and put a track out about it. That's totally different. So your brother, your cousin, your homie, your friend, whatever you want to call it, who really got unalived, and then these people went and made a song about it. So it ain't the same as going to see the action movie. It ain't like, oh, I listen to this horrible music and that's why I'm out here doing what I'm doing because the music is making me do it. No, it's how personal it is. It's how direct it is. They is saying, yo, unalive brother name on a song over and over, mocking and making fun of it. That's why I said it's throwing fuel on fire. So it's not like, oh, let's just blame it on hip hop, or I listen to a Tupac song, now I'm a criminal, now I want to do bad things. That ain't what I'm saying. That ain't what I'm saying at all. But like, some of these songs blow up. Some of these people who doing this are actually mainstream artists who got like millions and millions of followers and all type of people listen to their music on all platforms. But what they talking about is going on in Chicago, where these people are no longer at and no longer got to be because they rich. But they add fuel to the fire of what's going on in Chicago. Because, okay, you could be a GD or BD or whatever, you rich now. Now you making these horrible songs saying F this side, F this person, and F that. This is going all the way down to the streets of Chicago, and it's just adding fuel to the fire. But this person is safe. This person is rich. This person ain't dealing with this no more. But the music this person is making is directly affecting what's going on in these ghettos.
Them too? Is the next one going to be a struggle session? Am I going to have to come in and explain all the crazy knots? So Nick, you said Team Hitler on Twitter once. So Nick, you said this on Twitter. Like, seriously? That's the part that pisses me off. And I don't like hearing about it because I expect that people should just kind of get that.
No, they don't.
Like, I'm not on board with this whole, like, Holocaust, Hitler religion. Yeah, I don't, look, I mean, I'm really kind of ambivalent. Hitler's fascinating. That time is fascinating. Just like everything was fascinating. The Bolsheviks, the Nazis, Stalin and Hitler.
I agree with that. For good or bad, it is like fascinating. I ain't saying he fascinating or he was a good person, nothing like that, but the history of all this stuff and wanting to take deep dives into this stuff and learn about this stuff and learn about somebody like Hitler, it is fascinating. Because me, on the other hand, I think people like Pablo Escobar are fascinating, and not them, but their story. You know what I'm saying? And like Al Capone or all these famous gangsters or whatever. I get that they bad people, they ain't good people, but it's like, you know, the stories are fascinating. I mean, like the TV shows, the books, whatever you want to call it. Like, I mean, it is something there. It is some truth to him saying that.
It's history. It's all fascinating. And, you know, that's not my religion, you know?
And even to that point, when I was in college, and I'm sure someone out there may remember this or maybe even watching this, but in my psychology class, the teacher had asked, like, if you could interview someone on like a psychological basis, who would you want to talk to in history? My first answer, like, immediately was Hitler. Because from someone who talks for a living, someone who's friends with other people who talk for a living, seeing that man in history, how charismatic he was, and how people were just so attracted and glued to him, it is interesting. It is very interesting. It's how was he able to captivate that many people, you know? Like that moment in time, the speeches, the rallies, like it's just not, that's not condoning it. That's not saying everything around it.
But Team Hitler is crazy, so I just got to put that out there. Get on X or get on anything and say Team Hitler, that's crazy.
Was amazing and right, no, but we can acknowledge that he had a superpower, which was being charismatic and able to rally up a bunch of people and lead a movement, and it's history. It's interesting. And by saying it's interesting, saying you would want to talk to him, you want to sit down and like understand what went through his head, doesn't make you a Nazi. Doesn't make you someone that is a hateful or bigoted person.
Team Hitler can get you looked at like a Nazi, though. I'm gonna just keep it real. But not just wanting to study it or know about it or being fascinated with it as far as the history of it or trying to see why he was that way or pick his brain or something like that. I don't think that make you no Nazi. I don't think Nick the voice of reason. What? They want you to think and see the divide, don't believe the hype in all cases.
That's just not what it is. And to Nick's other point, how it frustrates him, how people don't understand where he's coming from. Well, not everyone does, but majority of his base and people who know of him, as far as that are younger, we get it. Get it immediately. We see when he's joking, when he's not, when it's real, when it has a lot of nuance and pull to it and it's more convoluted. We see it.
You sure like been pointed out when he's joking and shit?
And even for me, I relate when he's talking about, when he says the things like, I thought you just get it or to be obvious. That's how I feel sometimes. I feel like you should just get it. Like, yeah, we shouldn't be transing minors. You should just get it. I don't need a big history lesson. I don't need all these studies. Like, no, it's just wrong. You should just get it. You know? That is how I feel. But he's in his right to look into things and say the things that he wants to say, and he's in his right to clear his name and give more insight to what is going through his brain.
My religion is Christianity, and history is what it is. And we study Napoleon, and we study Alexander the Great, and we study Caesar, and we study all these figures. We study Henry VIII. We study all the figures. Bismarck. And yes, we have an academic interest in Hitler and Stalin too, but it's not our religion. And as Americans, we need to step outside the shadow of that time period. Yeah. And that's not a dog whistle to say, oh, it's time to start wearing brown shirts. It's to say, look, like that exists in the Jewish consciousness, it doesn't exist in ours. That's a Jewish bedtime story. It's not a bedtime story for us. Americans should get interested in America.
Why is everything? No, I agree with that. I think we should focus more on America, more worry about America. I mean, quit making everything goddamn problem. I think that's our number one problem.
Saying that.
About the Holocaust. Why is everybody so fucking obsessed with? That's the grand irony. It's projection. I care about America. I care about the conflicts of the 21st century. I care about American and European history.
I mean, I agree with him on that. That's right. Just don't downplay the Holocaust. Just don't, I mean, if that's how you feel and that's what you want to do, well, you yourself don't talk about the shit at all. Talk about American issues. Focus on shit that happened in the 21st century. I mean, do what you're saying. That don't mean you got to sit around and make jokes out of something that was horrible either. So I don't think, like, just leave the shit alone then. Don't say nothing about it. Talk about the issues in America that you want to bring light to. Don't even waste your time talking about it then. Then you won't even have to go back and explain and expect people to just get it or no shit like that. I get what you're saying, but it could be more things that make you a dictator. But I get that. They probably do need to look at North Korea or look at Russia and look at some of these other countries to see what a dictator really is and how these countries that's being ran by dictators, what's really happening. Like it's no way. By definition, I don't think he no dictator, but I don't think they really mean it by definition. I just think they mean like want to be a king, just think what he say goes, maybe define course and that type of shit. But it's no way we living in a dictatorship. It's no way. I think we need allies too, but like, I don't know. You gotta be, I don't know, man. That's a tough conversation because it's like we do need allies and stuff like that, but it's like, man, in a lot of these situations, it just seems like we helping other people, allies, when we just got so many problems over here, so many Americans who need help, and it's like, you know, it's just hard for most people to see the whole America first thing with what's going on in our country and the money that's going out to other countries. I mean, it's just hard for people to grasp that for good reason, in my opinion.
And these Jewish people that are obsessed because that's their trauma, that's their story, that's their struggle. You know, my bubby died in the Holocaust. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry for you. Just like slavery, and it's just like annoying. It's the same way that all of black culture is fixated on like minstrel shows. You know, you watch something by Donald Glover or Jordan Peele, and all of their cultural output is about Jim Crow and slavery. From Jordan Peele, another horror movie about Jim Crow and slavery. No, we don't care. That's your obsession. You're obsessed with.
That's why he fuck up at. It's like he almost be meaning good. He almost be trying to say the shit the right way. Then he just worded it wrong. Because to say you don't care about slavery is just going to come out fucked up to anybody who look like me for the most part. Now, it's one thing if you saying like we need to get past this, we need to quit talking about this all the time, or we forever gonna be stuck right here and we ain't never gonna get to move past it, or what it happened, that just move on, or what, but to say you don't care about it, that's your obsession. This is where the shit get fucked up at. This is where the shit starts sounding harsh, this is where the shit starts sounding rude, this is where the shit starts sounding disrespectful. Just using the wrong words sometimes. Just getting too caught up. I don't know if you rage banging or whatever the fuck you doing, but just using the wrong words. If you don't care about it, shut the fuck up about it.
It's like black lawn jockeys and minstrel shows and how everything is secretly racist. You know, Donald Glover, This Is America. No one cares.
I'm watching this with you guys and I'm like, he's just spitting facts. I mean, he's allowed to share his opinion. And I agree with the segment on the black folks. I don't.
So you say he's stating facts, he allowed to state his opinion. So is it his opinion or is it facts? Because facts and opinions is two different things most of the time, bro.
okay, there's a podcast coming out that I just did, and we're us debating a gay liberal, and I'm telling him, like, he's going on to the history, and I'm like, dude, I don't care. I don't care. I'm focusing on right now in 2025 and what we're going through right now. At a certain point, it's okay to study history. It's okay to look into it, see what happened, and you can do that. But on another end, you gotta let it go. You gotta move forward, making it your personality, making it your identity, projecting onto everybody else. We can't move through society like this. And that's all this man's saying.
I agree with it, how Amir said it, but that ain't what he said. That ain't how he said it. It's like everything he say, you gotta rewrite it as a black man and give more context to it or more compassion to it, when that ain't what the fuck Nick's in here saying. And then you want to say some shit like that's all this man is saying. Well, he could have said it like that. He clearly not dumb or stupid, illiterate, or nothing like that. He choosing to say it in the way he's saying it. And then you try to come right behind him as a black man and say, oh, look, guys, you taking it the wrong way. This what he meant. No, because if he meant it like that, he could have said it like that.
This is why people still like Nick. This is why he still has a huge following. This is why so many people just don't.
There's a lot of people in the
care
world, bro.
When people are like saying, "Oh, he shouldn't be listening to him." No, they
Man,
ain't.
not married yet, so we don't know if the free buses
the people
and stuff
you're
don't
saying
come
no to don't
like
care
that.
what you have to say. They don't. Genuinely don't. Because you're not being objective at all. So that's why this man's only going to get popular and popular.
Yep. Hey, Ben. You thought you could get away from me the first time, huh? Without debating me? I just want to talk. Please. Stop running. I'm not a threat to you.
Okay, in this clip, Nick, for the next 5 minutes, he literally chases down this Jew in Grand Theft Auto. Chases down this Jew in Grand Theft Auto, and does all the things to him. It's a game.
Oh my God.
It's a game. And you ask anybody in these games, you're doing the most heinous things, and again, anybody his age, anybody remotely born in the 90s can grasp and understand, oh, it's a video game. Oh, this is kind of funny. Oh, I get it. Because it's not real. He's not really going to do this to Ben Shapiro.
No, Amir.
We understand that, and we know this context around it. There's some people out there that have been using this clip oh, look how violent and hateful he is. He's chasing down Ben Shapiro, and he wants to do all this, cause all this harm to him. It's a game. Again, it goes back to when it's kidding and it's a joke and when it's not. And I'm sorry, playing games with your friends, Call of Duty, Battlefield, Fortnite, it gets a little hectic, it gets a little wild, and it gets a little unhinged. That's just the truth of the matter.
Tucker Carlson decided that it was important not only to host Fuentes, but to smooth over his views, water them down, and make them far more palatable to a normal audience. As we'll discuss in a bit.
Which is probably what people say about this video too, honestly. But you can't say those things about someone that's already popping and been popping for the past 10 years. This is just giving light and understanding to a man's head. That's why so many men gravitate towards Nick and understand him.
This is what Tucker Carlson does for a living. But back to Nick Fuentes. To understand just what Tucker did here, we must actually examine what Nick Fuentes says on his show, and has said for almost a decade, because he was asked precisely 0 questions about any of what you're about to see by Tucker Carlson. Nick Fuentes says women want to be raped.
A lot of women want to be raped, and when I say raped, I mean that sounds bad.
What the fuck is that? To say something so insensitive and something so horrible. Now I don't know what else he finna say, because I couldn't even let him get it the fuck out before I paused the video. But look at the grin on his face after saying something so fucking horrible, bro. What woman wanna be raped? What? I'm saying, what the fuck is going on, man? And look at his face. He happy as fuck he said that. What do this man got against women? Anybody ever saw him with one? See his ass with everything but a woman.
I say it like that. But there's a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them.
What the fuck is he talking about? Have this dude ever been in a relationship? Have this dude ever dealt with a woman on that level? What the fuck is he talking about? This is weird.
But also, they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
Listen, in the beginning, he even was like, that sounds a little crazy. But here's the
That
context.
shit
One, we
did
know
sound a
he's
little
joking,
crazy. It sounded a
but
lot
two,
crazy.
We know that
He not joking. He wasn't joking. Urkel, no the fuck he wasn't. Jaleel, he wasn't. You fucking making excuses for him. Excuses he ain't even making for his damn self. Are you on the payroll? Or do you hope to be? Ain't no fucking joke.
And the joke within that, it goes back to when Trump was like, oh, we gotta grab him by the blank. He's talking about people that want to be grabbed. And I've seen countless reels from my homegirls on Instagram and on TikTok, all the videos of like, oh, my man uses his outdoor voice at me. It's like, oh, yell at me again. Oh, my man accidentally hits me. It's like, oh, okay. Like it's a meme. We see it all the time. You look at all them categories in you know, the bad stuff. It's there. Like women talk about like, oh, the dungeons and 50 Shades of Grey. Like they want some stuff. So like again, no one takes that and says, wow, he wants that for all women. No. Obviously not.
Nick Fuentes says that his followers should kill, rape, and die in his name.
Raise your right hand. All right, everybody raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I will kill, rape, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes.
No one takes that seriously.
Nick Fuentes says that women are whores who shouldn't be in politics.
I will continue my crusade against women in politics. Because it's always like this, and it's so ironic. Women are like, I don't like, when you say, I like it, you have to affect the face. When you say to repeal the 19th Amendment, that offends me. That hurts my feelings. It's like, have you ever stopped and considered that maybe if you get offended, there's such a strong emotional reaction to political opinions you disagree.
I've done polls like this on my Instagram story. The amount of women that are supporting me, this channel support me, that think they shouldn't have the right to vote, or that think it was a bad idea, or that don't think women should be in politics, it's real. It exists. She's allowed to point that out.
You disagree with across the board. Maybe that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't be making political decisions. I'm not attacking women. I'm attacking whores. You have no problems, right? I'm attacking whores. I'm attacking sluts, stupid, dirty bitches.
Oh
Nick Fuentes says that Jim Crow was actually better for black people.
He a virgin? Okay.
It was better for them too. Number one, but number two, who cares? Who cares?
That's the goddamn 40-year-old virgin right here, man. They ain't just spending his whole life, finally got a voice, people finally listening to his nerdy ass, and he just bashing women because he ain't never had none before. You got the courage to say all this shit, but you ain't got the courage to say nothing to no woman. You scared to talk to women, bro. That's it. Get your ass out there and purchase some. SDS. Look at that. Oh my God. As soon as I said, what is that? It hit me. That's funny as fuck. Hey. This dude weird as hell, bro. He got to get him out. He got to get out there and get some, man. His ass better go on a stroll, a mail order bride, something. Something. He mad he ain't never had none. I'm saving myself. You ain't saving shit.
You know, enough with the Jim Crow stuff. Who cares? Shit. Oh. And to drink out of a different water fountain. Big. Oh no, they had to go to a different school. Their water fountain.
Why your black ass laughing at that?
Was worse. Who cares? Grow up. Drink out of the fountain. It's water. It's the same. You know, and you know, even if it was bad, who cares? Who cares? It's better. It's better in general. We all agree it was better for them. It's better for us. It's better in general.
I just laugh at it. It's funny. Who cares? He's allowed to say these things. If
why you don't ever say why it's funny?
I'm like, okay, yeah, we have it better. But even then, the average like black liberal, not average black liberal, but there's a lot of them who prefer their own black-owned spaces, black-owned graduations. They're only going back to segregation, only saying like if you're that person mad at Nick, Nick's actually agreeing with you because that's what you're advocating for anyways. Combo for another video, but again,
some black people is. I mean, you can say that same shit about an HBCU or certain shit like that. I mean, you can, but that still don't justify what the fuck Nixon had saying, because what was going on while we was drinking out of different fountains and all that type of thing. It's way more to that story. I mean, it's basically slavery. So, but I get the comparisons to like HBCUs and shit like that, and black this, black that. I mean, I get it.
Some people just don't. A lot of people out there just don't get it, apparently.
Fuentes says that white people are justified in being racist.
Reason that we talk about this, by the way, I know a lot of black people see this and they go, man, why are you always talking about black people, this and that? Because...
Listen to the voice. This shit ain't funny. That's bro, black voice. Hold on, man. Relax, Nick. Motherfucker put hands on you, bro.
He's allowed to say that. Like, it's stupid, but like...
That was bro, black boys?
A lot of people out there just don't get it, apparently.
Fuentes says
Piers
that white
acting
people
attracted
are
to women. Hey, we gotta
racist.
go watch this, bro.
Reason
Piers
that we
was
talk
asking
about
them
this,
real
by the way,
questions.
I know a lot of black people see this and they go, man, why are you always talking about black people, this and that?
Oh, my God, gang.
Because there just needs to be some shame here. Well, there's a few reasons. First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
It's funny, all people Ben to include that clip, because Ben talks about black people nonstop. Like I've talked about my channel as a black person.
Shouldn't nobody be racist, bro? What
they're
the
justified
fuck?
to be like, what the hell is
Ain't
going on
nobody
over there?
justified
Again,
being racist.
theme
What the
parks
fuck?
have changed their rules. Carnival Cruise, Targets, McDonald's, malls,
That's discrimination.
Water parks. So many just basic stuff have changed their rules because black people ruin it.
I'm alright. How you doing, Puff?
So yeah. And then you look at, oh, damn, black men.
What race is this dude boyfriend? Look at his face. Every time I be catching these low down ass people, look at their face be looking. And I ain't saying it like it matter, but I do want to know. Do this man date a white man? Glad everything is well, Puff. He date a white man? I know damn well he don't date no black man. I need to fucking know. We gonna find out.
Black men specifically, 16 to 30, y'all make it like 2%, 2-3% of the population, over like 50% of the murders and crimes.
Oh, so you excluded yourself from black people when you said that. He excluded the fuck out himself. Listen to him.
Basic stuff have changed their rules because black people ruin it. So yeah.
Look at this self-hate shit here.
Damn, black men. Black
Look
men
at his fucking
specifically,
face. What the
16 to
fuck is he doing?
So yeah. And then you look at, oh, damn, black men. Black men specifically, 16 to 30, y'all make it like 2%, 2-3% of the population, over like 50% of the murders and crimes.
Also, when he say y'all, I guess he's just talking about that age group. Drake, are you going to do a recap of Nick on Pierce? Yeah, we're going to do that next.
Okay, I have a secret.
I need to find out who the fuck Amir
dates. I order into a wrap. They do it just for me. I'm literally obsessed.
He's not the man in that relationship, bro. Hey, 100% he's not the man. His ass the bottom.
Yeah. Any sandwich can be turned into
His
a wrap.
Ass is the I ain't even gonna do all that.
Any sandwich can be a wrap.
Introducing new Potbelly wraps. All the bold Potbelly flavor you crave now rolled up in a warm wrap with fewer carbs and even more protein. Potbelly, we bring the hot.
If you want paradise for toes in the sand, it doesn't get any better than this without the price. Finding a cheap beach house is actually very possible. Cheap beach houses, all new Wednesday night at 9 on HGTV.
But paying with Cash App card feels pro because you have roundups turned on.
Give me 17 cents on Bitcoin.
Behold Sarah, a master's student at National University. She's the mid-level employee who strives for upward mobility. But when the corporate flock scatters, she gets off.
Nick Fuentes is a Hitler admirer and a Holocaust denier.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday, nigga. Heil Hitler, all my niggas, Nazis. Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also.
You can tell when he's doing a bit. When it just.
It ain't funny to just be saying nigga, bro. Talking about you can tell.
Every minute of this. When I'm watching, I get it. I understand it. I know the language.
Because your boyfriend white.
Like some big Nick Fuentes follower, supporter. No. It's just understanding
it
the language.
It sound like you is.
You can call me a Nazi. You better be careful. Because if I'm a Nazi, then there's millions of young people that are following a Nazi. So you better be careful about them.
That's the scary fucking part right there. That's the exact problem right there. And I ain't saying you know Nazi or none of that old over the top shit, but I will say you're a fucking racist. That's my opinion. And to have so many young kids looking up to you and following you and like liking what you doing and shit, that's scary as fuck for America. So all this, we should get past slavery. We should get past this. Because people like Nick, having the youth listen to them, we might damn well end up right back in some shit like that. Civil War type of shit. Not looking at each other as equals type of shit. Because pieces of shit like this motherfucker. That's the exact point, you fucking idiot. This fucked up ass hairdo. The fuck is going on?
Those words.
He's not wrong. Like, you keep calling him a Nazi, calling him a white supremacist, calling him racist. You're just saying that for all of his base. It's the same when people are like, oh, if you follow Trump, you support Trump, you're racist.
So it's all our fault because what we saying off what he is saying. But everything he say, he can say this, he can say that, he not wrong, he got the right to say his opinion. But if we come back and say he a racist, then it's just the worst thing ever, and it's because all the kids who follow him now, they like, what the fuck these people be talking about? Well, how the fuck is that?
Hey, no, you're only dividing up the base. And you're not just singling out that person, you're singling out that person, and there are millions of followers. So you're gonna sit here and say, Nick is a Nazi, and anybody who listens to him is a Nazi. Do you know how many people listen to this man that actually aren't Nazis? But now you're calling him a Nazi? It's gonna get to a point where you're just like, you know what? Like I said in the last video, like you're gonna keep saying I'm these things, I might as well be it. You can call me racist and then racist. You can call me Nazi. Like I don't care. It doesn't matter. These words mean nothing. You throw them around nonstop.
Words do mean something.
I'm a monster. There's a million monsters then. There's a million Nazis out there then. Because they love my show. And they agree with me way more than they agree with you. And they're pissed off. And they'll follow me into battle. So you better be real careful. You're barking up the wrong tree with that.
That shit sound like hate speech to me. What the fuck's this dude talking about, bro? And look at this black man. Jesus.
Either you're wrong and I'm not a Nazi and millions of people are, or maybe that just doesn't even mean anything at all. Forget even that.
Yeah.
Millions of people don't give a shit anymore. He can call us a Nazi. We don't care about Nazis. We don't care about the Holocaust. We don't care about Hitler. We don't care about any of that. Millions of people are rising up and we're saying, this is our red line. We are drawing a line in the sand right now. It's America first or Israel first.
That's all that really is trying to.
This motherfucker line in the sand is against other Americans. So don't try to bring up Israel and shit now. You got a problem with other Americans, bro. And then you come out your motherfucking mouth and say America first. Seem like you don't like half of the damn country. I don't be following Jake Lane, but I won't be against watching it. Did he do better?
Point out is like this blind allegiance to Israel. Again, this has nothing to do with the Jews. It's about the foreign government. It needs to go somewhere else. and wanting to put America first, it's focusing on like home and the corrosion of our country. That doesn't make us hateful or Nazis or bigoted for wanting to focus on our own country. They're just fed up with this allegiance to Israel and
I'm fed up with
wanting to
it too, I ain't gonna
prioritize
lie.
nonstop.
That
You're
I
not
agree with.
realizing how much crap like the 20-year-olds right now in this country are going through. It's not the America that was afforded to our parents and our great-grandparents. Socially,
okay.
yeah, it's more liberal, it's more accepting, it's more free-flowing, more access to technology, yes. But in terms of like the power of the dollar, in terms of what we can afford to get, it's not the same, and people are upset at it. Hell, and even socially, the immigration stuff, I'm dealing with workers that don't know English. It's okay to focus on right here, right now. And the more you call us bigoted for doing so, like I've been slandered and drugged through the mud by people from Israel, by Jews, by Jewish organizations here in America, because I simply am saying, hey, I like to focus on just like America real quick, that's fine. And if people want to send me in 5 pair, if only y'all knew what happens on the back end. If only y'all knew. No.
We do not want to know what happened on the back end. Sorry.
I'm not having it. And there's a lot of people who aren't having it either.
I went to my favorite restaurant in Washington, D.C. a couple of weeks ago with some buddies, and oh, it was amazing. I got chicken tenders with French fries and mac and cheese, and it was perfect. Down to the last minute.
Bro. Look at this man's face, because he know he being racist, bro. And I know y'all be like, oh, black people ain't the only one eat chicken tenders and mac and cheese. We not, bro. We're absolutely not. It don't belong to us to know shit like that. But if you gonna sit here and act like you don't know what the hell he getting at with that shit, look at his face. This black dude know that's what he getting at with it. Jesus Christ.
Detail. It was perfect. The tenders were crunchy. The mac and cheese was cheesy. The cheese was cheesing. The fries were crispy. It was perfect. Everything was perfect, down to the last minute detail. It was really something. I thought about it for weeks. So that was great. But honestly, just a pizza. That's my favorite, you know, and it makes me weep, actually. Like, I was driving down the street.
You see how serious we just were? And then now it's this? You can tell the shift. You can see the difference, and it's funny.
The other week was on Halloween, as a matter of fact. I was driving around at night on Halloween, watching the children play, watching them trick or treat. I was wistfully looking upon the decorations and the leaves changing colors, and I saw, as I was driving, a Lito's Pizza delivery truck. Now, if you're from this area, they're ubiquitous. It's this famous, well-known pizzeria. They have their own trucks with their logo and everything, and they're trucks with... It's like a built-in oven with racks for the pizza to go in anyway. And I saw Lito's Pizza.
This damn country and this damn world need Charlie Kirk more than ever. And watching somebody like him, I bet it'll make us all realize that black, white, whatever background we come from, like, I'm telling you, man, like, this world needs Charlie Kirk. Because I mean, if somebody like Charlie Kirk spoke out against something like this, it'll help so much. And it'll help everybody. This is ridiculous. No, I didn't watch that.
The truck outside somebody's house, and the delivery man was bringing the pizza. And this is like, what could be better than this? It's cold outside. You got your buddies there for Halloween. You're looking at all your candy. You're staying in. And then what pulls up? A pizza delivery service. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world. A pizza delivery service. They deliver a hot and delicious pizza right to your door. You put on a little movie. You turn the lights off. Pizza, can of pop. What could be better than this? Side of mozzarella sticks, some fried calamari, some fried shrimp. What could be better than this? Nothing. I'll tell you, nothing is better than this. I want to paint a picture of that. That's my favorite scene. That's my favorite scene. Why does that make me so emotional? Maybe I have an emotional relationship with food because of my own personal problems, but I told...
The man's funny, okay? I saw that clip and I'm like, this is a comedy show. But again, We've gone through the serious topics, and you can see the shift. You can see just like, this just feels like I'm on a call with somebody.
I'm a young man. My country has been stolen from me. And we have the older generation that is richer and more powerful telling us to stop fighting. I guess that's what I really hate more than anything. I'm a fighter. I have been fighting my entire life because I was forced to. Because I did everything I was supposed to do. I got into college. I voted for Trump. I was on the Trump campaign. I was ready to be a good conservative. And I got nuked from orbit by the Israel lobby.
People like this make the Republicans look bad, too. I hope y'all be knowing that. This be a misrepresentation of Republicans, especially the Republicans. I know the Republicans I've had a conversation with and look at as my friends. Like, it be people like this motherfucker that get all y'all painted with a broad brush and think that y'all are like this. This shit ain't just bad for Jews or black people or women and no shit like that. It's actually bad for what he claimed to be representing. And for even all us as Christians, this is not what the fuck we want. This is not what we need. This is bad for the country. I don't give no fuck how many people follow him, how many views he get, how much money he make. This is bad for America.
Because I wanted to put America first. I got nuked from orbit again because I said I didn't want immigrants to replace all the white people in America. And as a result, I have been fighting my entire life against censorship, cancel culture, blacklisting, my own side, working with the left to destroy me. And now that I have succeeded and triumphed, I am getting all these older people, Gen Xers and millennials and some boomers, basically telling me, pump the brakes, man, cool your jets, stop fighting. We don't need identity politics. We like Ben Shapiro. We like these people. We got, there's some good Jews too. We got to unite with some of the Zionists. We got to unite.
We going to Piers. I don't know. Shut this bitch ass up.
Introducing Mike's Hot Italian Sub from Jersey Mike's. Ham, salami, and pepperoni topped with provolone. Forget about it. And it's only for a limited time.
But I'm tired of hearing Amir just kiss his ass. And
Mike's Hot Italian Sub, only at Jersey Mike's.
He disagree with everything, but at the beginning of the show, I don't agree with nobody 100%. Well, you disagree with all that, motherfucker. Congratulations.
We can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. I was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years.
Stop lying.
In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have a baseball parade and get a hot dog.
You from LaGrange Park. Okay? Stop. In Chicago this, Chicago that. You're from LaGrange Park. Shut your ass up.
And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University.
Yeah, you're from Boston.
And I read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that, and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but
I suppose my first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here
On the real, that's
on
what
my
I
mom's
think.
side in the 1860s, I believe.
Especially his
The
damn
first wave
thumb.
of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around the turn of the century in 1900.
Great hitchhiker thumb.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Exactly.
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American.
That's
Certainly,
exactly what he said, man. That's exactly what he said. Your ass wouldn't be no American. Over here causing divide and fucking our shit up.
Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion.
Blah, blah, blah.
It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference.
They bad
There's
people,
way
man.
more,
That's what you're trying to say.
and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from.
Point.
I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you
can't even
mentioned
call it the same thing.
You mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have 0 immigrants forever, or even 0 immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 19...
It's commonly known as
Is it
black
still
Star.
buffering?
And you also shared another story about your family.
Did it stop?
And restaurants. So before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own...
It's still buffering?
Podcast, is, do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
It's your anecdote.
Let's go back. Let's see what he actually...
Yeah.
Certain restaurants.
Immigrants forever, or even 0 immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, he said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. It said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's
absolutely. After the own words, he just after quoting your own words and saying what you said on your show, absolutely, bro. You were raised to be racist.
a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on
nobody attacking your father by using words that you said your father said, bro. You said he said that. If he said that, that was racist as hell, and it gonna make people think he racist. And it's a good question to ask you: do you think it trickled down to you from being raised in a racist environment? It's a great question. Nothing is wrong with it. Nobody attacking your father. Nobody attacking you. Nothing. You said this, and you said that your father said this. It's a great question.
Anecdotes. I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
Exactly. You are.
And I will. And I'll defend
not trying to ambush you.
But instead of defending them, you're playing victim. You're talking about how it's a new low and how you've been attacked plenty of times, but to go after your father is a new low and all this. He ain't here to defend himself. You his son. You the one who decided to tell the world all this. He wouldn't even have to defend himself in no way if you wouldn't have brought this up. Take some accountability. Defend it. It's just hard for you to defend it. And it was a great question, and you kind of stumped by it. And you mad.
To be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm not ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of
his face,
what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was
business, bro. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to business, the only color that matters is green for a majority of people, no matter what they feel in their personal life or no matter how they feel about another group or something like that. So that don't mean they ass ain't racist.
Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the south side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican in the West Side, on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos.
What projects?
And dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability. for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why.
Who the fuck told you that? Why do people assume that regular black people who like not a part of gang banging and not a part of all this shooting and stuff that's going on, why do they feel like those black people ain't got no problem with what's going on? If you got a problem with what's going on all the way from wherever you live at, where you completely safe from it, why don't you feel that the people who living in these very neighborhoods have a problem with it? Like, what's wrong with you? Because people ain't snitching and because people ain't telling. So if you sit here quoting all this horrible stuff that's going on, who gonna be so willing to tell the police what's going on and you still gotta live right here? You still gotta stay around here. You still gotta see these people, bro. Ain't nobody cool with this shit in these communities like the regular motherfuckers who live around here and stay around here. Don't nobody like that they might go to the corner store and end up losing their life or some shit like that. Don't nobody like this shit. Like, what to make you say some shit like that? Only reason I could think you would say some shit like that is because you racist. Ain't nobody okay with this shit. Me and City was downtown filming that Christmas tree light up when that shit happened, and that shit pissed me off more than anything. Kids out there, women out there, elderly people out there, all type of people out there, and y'all down here shooting the whole damn thing up. Don't nobody like that shit. I don't like that shit. I don't think that shit okay. I got a huge problem with that shit. So what black people you be talking to even say this shit? Talking about ain't no outrage about that shit. Who the fuck told you that? You watching a fucking TV seeing this shit. We actually live here. It ain't the same fucking thing. The fuck is wrong with you?
I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so,
you got
again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am, and so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big...
You're not a Chicagoan, so you want to try to come at Pierce from not being an American and all this shit, but you sit here study talking as if you're a Chicagoan. You're not a Chicagoan. You're not. You're from LaGrange Park. So what the fuck?
Diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people, and I think anybody in Chicago would tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before.
You got a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems with
Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime.
Aladdin.
I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are. In some capacity. When I read
still ain't really answer the question in my opinion. He was scared of the fucking question because he know it's true.
Put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said
so
this.
What?
You
so what?
Really directly, I think, responded to
it,
which is whether your father
would
not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No. Well.
Here we go.
See here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food stop, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family, so.
There you go. There you go. What I always tell y'all, that's what it always is. Oh, I got a black friend. What the fuck he just say in first grade? What he just say? Oh my God. What the fuck be going on, bro? There you go. That's the line right there.
Okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist,
it is
right?
racist.
You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying? No. Well, I'm just going to ask you a question.
Explain
Are
it.
you
Answer
saying
directly.
that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't
literally reading it out.
because he said that's not.
Somebody who always got so much to say all this bullshit without stuttering, without missing the beat. Now can't answer questions for shit in the world. Not just playing victim. But you don't care about slavery, you don't care about the Holocaust, you don't care about all this stuff, get over it. But look at you asking tough questions. Don't look confident at all, just playing victim. I get what you're doing, I'm asking your ass questions. That's what I'm doing. Just playing fucking victim. Whine. What have you ain't no real ass white N-word no more, whatever the fuck, what he at? That's what I be saying. If you gonna sit up and say this shit, and you gonna sit up and basically build your whole platform off this shit, don't be running from questions like this. Double down on that shit. Stand up for what the fuck you saying, or you really look like a fucking joke. If this really what you mean and it's really how you feel, then say that shit. Don't hide from it. Peers ain't did shit wrong. Nothing. No ambushing, none of that type of shit. No judging, none of that type of shit. These are great questions that your ass don't want to answer, so you're playing victim. The making of a murderer. What the fuck is you talking about? Yeah, the making of a racist. Yeah, by your damn daddy, not peers. By your damn daddy, from what it sound like. Your daddy was the making of a rape. That was your daddy.
Real Italian food.
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists.
He never said none of that. He asked a question, bro. He never projected none of that on you. He never said you was. He never said your dad was. No shit like that, bro. He told you what it sounded like to him when he read it, and then he asked your ass a question.
And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too. In a way,
60.
right? You were born in what, 19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Mm-hmm. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer, I suppose, is sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist, and I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. He asking you that, and he giving you a chance to explain if it's not that. So you acting like you ain't right here while he's saying it. He asking you this. It ain't like he just running his show and you ain't there to defend yourself or nothing like that. You right there. If it ain't what he's saying, then explain it to us why it's not that. You start just saying what he trying to make it and how he trying to make it. You won't answer the shit, bro. Because you can't answer the shit.
So they can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke, okay? I want to come to something else you said.
Look at his face, y'all.
This is where you talk.
He don't never look this worried, do we? What all the smiling and the cheesing and the N-words and the talking all the shit and just cheesing it. Look at him under pressure. Look at him sitting here with a real journalist. Look at his ass under the fire of real questions. Look at him now. These people are joking. Shouldn't even have no voice to be able to talk to millions and millions of people in our society like this, bro. These people are jokes.
Talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not
Okay, here we
women.
go.
No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Look at him down there, y'all.
Okay.
Look at him.
Would you like
No
to
confidence at all.
clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, all of them?
No, for the most part.
What is the most part? What
Explain,
percentage
exactly.
of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that, 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Ain't that what I was saying in the first video? Like, if you just talking about one particular group, like who you want to live by or who should be in jail, but this man is just saying blacks. He ain't saying gangbangers, or he ain't saying like gay people or this group or that group or no shit like that. He is just saying blacks. Just saying blacks. Now it's all one in every 20 black men gonna commit murder, so I'm talking about them, so let's say 5%. But that ain't what you chose to say. To Piers Morgan sitting here putting this fire under your ass. Now we seeing the real Nick. Like, what the fuck? He ain't had this type of facial expression in none of that other video we was watching. None of them other clips we saw. It looked like his fucking brain hurt. It looked like he having a hard time thinking. He looked worried. He looked like he want to leave. He looked like a victim. Look at him. If I ain't know no better, I think his ass was on the toilet. Where did the confident racist ass dude go?
Absolutely, yeah.
But you didn't say that. You just said blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about blacks.
What's funny about that? What's funny? Piers lighting his ass up. And I wasn't really too fond of Piers Morgan, but hold on now. This is absolutely great. Hold on, Piers understand per capita, but I think he just really does not want. Hold on. Nah, he ain't say per capita or nothing like that. We can't be giving these people the benefit of the doubt like this, bro. He could have said that shit if that's what he meant. Just like he just sat down with Piers Morgan and said the ones who commit unalivings and 1 in 20 black men gonna commit M in their lifetime. He could have just said that. And he could have just clarified that those are the people he talking about. But you can't just say blacks and then get mad at people for going off what you said and say, oh, people should get it. No, we shouldn't get it. You should say it. Especially when you talking to millions and millions of people and bragging about how you talking to our kids in this country. You should say it. You should care enough to say it. How are people wrong for going off what you saying? Going off your own words. But people got to read between the lines and all this shit. No, you should watch what you say. You should think about what you say. You should think about how you word it. You should think about how you deliver it. But he's saying this shit to be an asshole. And that's why he flustered now. And that's why he's having a hard time now. Because just simply being an asshole ain't finna work on Piers Morgan. And that's the situation he find himself in right now, doing his phony ass laugh while this video paused. Exactly.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny or?
You do think it's funny?
Yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say,
Here we go. I'm saying, is you like looking on YouTube and YouTube is showing you that, like, you know, like the most of your following is black or Twitch or whatever the fuck. Who telling you this, bro? Who the fuck telling you this?
Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the South.
Every race victimize each other. Every race unalive each other and do shit to each other. That's just the reality of it. So that ain't just no damn black thing.
Outside of Chicago, you should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago University.
I bet
for a
you
year,
won't come your ass to Garfield Park.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west. See what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that.
We tired of it, okay? We tired of the violence, the drug dealers, all the stuff that's going on in our neighborhoods. But we don't agree with you and how you saying and how you going about it. So you like mixing the two things up. Cause at first you were just saying ain't no outrage about the shit. And don't nobody in the black community really care about the shit. You literally was just saying that like 5 minutes ago. Now is that we agree with you and we don't like it either. Which one is it? You're flustered. Pierce tearing you a new asshole. That's what black people will say. Look at your face every time this video get paused. You're a fucking idiot. You just was saying when the stuff was happening downtown and all that stuff that black people don't care. We only outraged by racism and all this shit. Now we agree with you. And we feel how you feel about it. Which one is it? Whatever works at the fucking time. That's what's wrong with people like you. The fuck out of here. Shouldn't nobody be listening to this fucking idiot. Definitely not no kids.
Because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder.
Look at his face. Look at his face. But let me guess, Pierce wrong. Look at his face. A sad little puppy, y'all. A victim. How the hell I ain't watched this yesterday? Jessica. Look at this man's face. Hey, Pierce is cooking. You know what that mean when black folks say that? What Cam going live about?
The most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Right.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yeah.
You got to go double check because you know you full of shit. And you ain't want no data hazard, nothing. You just pour some numbers out your ass and you ain't getting fact checked on your own damn show. Well, this the Piers Morgan Uncensored Show. And shit getting fact checked and your ass lying saying 1 in 20 and it's 1 in 100. Because that ain't what you would talk about when you said black people should be incarcerated any goddamn way. And now you done ran yourself into another motherfucking roadblock. Because your motherfucking statistics off. Because you a liar and a racist. He cooking them at this point. We got a long way to go. But since this shit been on this 24 minutes and 18 seconds, he is cooking his ass. This man can't even answer no questions. He don't even want to answer no questions. He playing victim. He acting like he being attacked. Simple questions. It don't get no simpler than explaining some shit you said. That's the softest, that's the softball an interview can get. Them the most softball questions anybody can get, unless you're running around saying complete bullshit. Hurtful, hateful shit. And that's what we witnessing. And he looked like a constipated motherfucker on the toilet. He looked like a damn hairpiece. He's so flustered.
There's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But, I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers.
That's a big difference,
a lot of people commit murder, too. People they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%.
Mm-hmm.
And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass shootings.
What's with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue
black people are included in that. It's plenty black people who move in a way taking motherfucking Section 8 somewhere in fucking Wyoming, Nebraska, some motherfucking well, trying to get away from the violence and trying to get away from gang banging, drug dealing culture, bro. That's not just other races who don't want to be around that or trying to get away from that. It's also other black people who trying to get away from that and don't want to be around it. So what the fuck is you talking about?
Fine, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And you call me racist.
A lot of white women love
I
black
don't give a
men,
fuck.
so I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, it couldn't be clear.
Coming from a motherfucker who a virgin. When you ever gonna reproduce to even have that situation to kind of with what your daughter gonna like or who your daughter might like? Your ass ain't even out here getting none. Don't even want none. Let's be real.
Really? Unless you want to say that's another of your jokes, but you're...
Do he understand how kids are made? Y'all think he know? Should we tell him? Should we tell him what had to happen to reproduce? Should we tell him how it worked?
Basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Hold on.
And you call me racist? Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really. Unless you want to say that's another of your
Celibate
jokes.
my ass.
Basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview,
What is he talking about, bro? Everybody is racist. What type of message is that, bro? Y'all racist? I don't refuse to talk about nothing. That's what we sit here talking about. And if you think you finna come in this motherfucker with any type of insults and shit, you gonna be watching it on your own damn YouTube channel. How I refuse to stop to say something to acknowledge what he talking about. That's all I'm sitting here doing. Stop playing, Jessica. Comment now while I'm looking, because I don't know what the hell you talking about. I gave you a chance. I'm gonna kick your ass up there. Yeah, you out of here, man. Just go on head on, man. Go on about your business. Yeah, I caught you mid-typing. I love that. Put your ass on. I don't even know what the fuck you talking about, bro. I'm open and willing to talk to anybody about anything, but just dumb shit like that, I ain't finna go for that shit, bro.
You really got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's...
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody... The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he can get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
Man, Pierce is cooking him, y'all. He cooking him.
Idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's...
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Right.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody... The difference is you're attacking my father.
Oh,
you know, he can get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear,
yeah, I
have no knowledge about him at all other.
Well, then let's leave him out of it.
No, he ain't, Jay. No, he ain't what? Pierce ain't cooking him? Let me pause it for a minute. Let me talk to y'all for a minute, then we'll get back to it here real shortly. Jake, we just playing. What, the Viking stuff, man? Racist toward the Bears type thing. Somebody said, no, he ain't, Jake. I think that was Romeo. I'm saying, you saying Pierce ain't cooking him? You can't answer no questions. He ain't cooking them, Jake. Yes, he is. I think he was raised to be, in his defense, even though he a grown man now, but that shit could be hard for somebody who was raised to be that type of way. And, you know, since you was a little kid, people are telling you, people you care about, like your parents, are telling you this how it is, this how it should be, this, that, and the third. So that could play a part. I don't see how you say Pierce ain't cooking them. He can't even answer the questions directly. He can't even answer the questions. I don't think since this whole interview been playing for this 27 minutes and 9 seconds that he answered none of Pierce's questions. All he doing is playing victim, like he going right back to you attacking my father, looking for sympathy. Oh, my father passed away, this. Good evening. Like, he not answering the questions. He not answering questions.
Nick, you put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier,
exactly.
Fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out
You know
there.
what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like
Look at
you
the
were
hand,
saying
y'all.
your father made decisions.
Look at the hand. Like, Nick, we know what's going on with you, man. We know why you angry. You angry because there's limited room in that closet. So step out the motherfucker and live your truth. And I got nothing against gay people. I ain't saying this to be hurtful or mean to gay people in no way. But this man is scared to live his damn truth because this man is gay. He gay. Look at his hand. He gay. Fighting his own demons, and he pissed off at the world. Pissed off at everybody else because he don't know how to just come out and simply say, look, I'm gay. Allegedly.
About where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father.
He playing victim because he studies saying he attacking his father, and he studies saying stuff like, you know what you doing, okay, you trying to build a murderer, to build a racist and all this shit. He studied just saying shit like that instead of answering the question, when it's clear to me that ain't what Pierce doing. Using his own words against him. He asking him about stuff he said. So what's wrong with that? You said it. He just not ready for it. He done went up too high above his pay grade. No, he thought it was a big deal. It's going to be a big thing to be on the Piers Morgan show, but we all know how Piers Morgan come. He going to ask the tough questions. This who make Piers who he is. No matter who it is. It ain't like this just something he going to do with Nick. This how this man is. Whether you like it or not. This what made him successful. Stand on what the fuck you said.
Is ridiculous.
Seriously, with these
Stand
savings,
on what
why
you
shop
said.
anywhere else this holiday?
Shooting apples. Oh! You know what fix that? New fireball blazing apple. I was wrong. He's gonna die. But you gotta try this.
You don't even know me. Oh my God.
Locked up in Illinois,
Judge, what you saying in the chat? He ain't say he know you.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing, and there's a political culture in America marching with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist. You're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend him.
Is it still buffering, y'all? It's buffering. Good. All right. We're going to go back a little bit and start it back.
And you know what you're doing, and there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job, and if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my view.
That ain't playing victim. That ain't playing victim. That's playing victim to a T. Definitely crying. Well, maybe you shouldn't have never put the story out there in the first place. Maybe you shouldn't have said it at all, but I bet if we go find a clip where you said this shit on your show, I bet you was laughing and smiling and hee-hee-ha-ha. It ain't like this man ain't never had no valid points. It is stuff that he done said that I agree with, even as a black man, even with most of the bullshit he's saying about people who look like me. But everything this man has said ain't been wrong. I don't think Piers Morgan saying everything he said been wrong. He giving them an opportunity to explain why it ain't wrong, or why it ain't racist, or why it ain't this or not that. He actually giving them an opportunity to explain it all. He not taking that opportunity.
And I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well, then do you accept that you shouldn't talk? Okay, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show, and you shouldn't tell?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, come on, man. That's absolutely playing victim. How's he being malicious for saying what you said? Oh my fucking God.
That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just
And they
did.
will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words.
Whoa.
With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous.
Racist around the edges.
I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this.
Now he a tabloid journalist, and he don't think it's an ambush because he knew it'd be like this and all this shit. Can we just get your ass to answer the questions, man? Well, what he said his daddy was saying in that story show make it seem like his daddy racist. And if he's saying his daddy ain't racist, then explain why. It surely be better than all this shit, because this shit ain't making me think your daddy no less racist than what I thought he was when Pierce read that damn story you told. This is not helping. It ain't no damn low blow. You shouldn't have said it. All the low blow you deal to women and black people and Jewish people and everybody else. You the low blowing and throwing motherfucker in the country. Now can't nobody say nothing about your daddy. Get your ass up out here. You say what you want to say about everybody. Everybody. You don't give a damn who it is. We could talk about your damn daddy. Is he racist or not? You out here saying the N-word because people tell you don't say it. Well, we out here still discussing your damn daddy because you saying don't say it. I'm protesting. Like, go on with this double standard shit.
And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his...
Y'all think that was sarcasm? You think he's just saying like, yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm a racist. Saying like a little sarcasm, I don't know. Might have been being sarcastic. Right
camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. So I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
I think he's racist too.
Can you stand by that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why? Elaborate.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people, every
white person on the train with a black person don't end up getting stabbed up. Horrible as that was. I mean, it was a black lady on the train in Chicago with a black man and she got set on fire. So I'm saying. To take that one horrible situation and be like, oh, that's why white people should stay away from black people. It's just part of the problem. That's fucked up. And that's using something horrible and tragic to try to prove a bullshit ass point. But you go to something that's very real, that's very sad, that's very tragic to try to prove your weak ass views and your weak ass point, because you know you can't explain why you said what you said without just saying, I said it because I'm a racist piece of shit. Like, don't be using no horrible events to try to, oh, this what I meant bad. Oh, you might end up stabbed up like this poor lady. Like, shut your bitch ass up.
people have been beaten into submission that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now, whether you're in the Gold Coast, or whether you're on the Mag Mile, or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life, than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person, and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them.
That's like saying, okay, black people should avoid going to schools with white people because maybe the white dude gonna come in here and shoot the whole damn school up. So maybe it'll be wise for black people just to avoid going to any school where it's white people at, because maybe this white dude is gonna fucking come in here and shoot the whole damn school up. So I don't want to go to this school because a white dude go to this school. He might shoot the whole damn school up. Might just get mad one day, come with a damn book bag on full of ammunition, and just start spraying everything in sight.
They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people, they approach strangers. It's a robbery crew, and they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say,
stop watching TV, dummy.
Hi, yeah, nice to meet you. They grin, they laugh, they worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person,
how do you feel about mass shootings at school?
Thank you. I never watched this before, and I just brought up the same shit. I never watched this.
They're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm
what proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools. Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with kids at school avoid
question I just asked? That's the exact point I just made.
Young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population, and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60-65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people.
65%.
I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb, or are you just not that smart? What's the difference?
That go to insults. That's when you could tell who losing. That's when you could tell who getting cooked. Because the insults and shit come. That's how America work on whichever side of the aisle. When a motherfucker feeling like they losing or can't keep up with the conversation or ain't got a good answer or whatever, it's just, are you playing stupid or are you dumb? No, your ass dumb.
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference.
That ain't what he asked you. That ain't what he asked you.
By your
That ain't what he asked you.
If we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men.
Exactly.
Because they perpetrate these massacres.
Exactly.
But it won't be because they're white, right?
Right.
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Go to
It's
insult.
proportionality. You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think
You
you're
just
smart
said
actually,
you
but
are.
you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools.
You don't know what it is,
Why
but
do
it's
you think
very high.
parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings.
The
Nobody
school ain't
talks
gonna
about
get
all the
shot
school
up.
shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's
What are your
associated with that. I mean,
statistics, man?
these
You
schools
just
in the
running your
south side of
fucking mouth.
Chicago, it's just not
I have an answer.
livable.
I have
It's
an
not
answer
workable.
for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the
are you
population.
hearing it?
Here we go.
No.
See,
What's
I
the
think the trouble with
proportion?
your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a little old baloney.
Exactly.
And when you say,
that is a fact.
well,
You
it's
just
true.
run your fucking mouth.
And when you're confronted
What-
with
but you're-
confronted
what's
with
the
reality,
figure?
you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings. The black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind.
That's a fact.
No one's buying this. This argument lost.
I'm buying it.
No one is buying
I'm
this.
buying
Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, "Well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters."
brought
I
up
said, "No,
proportions.
compare the
You
proportion
brought
of
up
school
proportions.
shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black," because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a
It could be the
robbery,
same thing
a
with white
mugging,
men in
a car
schools.
theft, a
With young
carjacking,
white
or a
men in
murder.
schools.
That's the difference, and it's about proportionality, and everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your
live in reality,
environment?
bro.
People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment, and we see what it's like.
You not from Chicago, bro. You is from LaGrange Park. You stay talking about we, bro. You welcome. Thanks for stepping in. You're not from Chicago, bro. So stop acting like you done been in these hoods and lived in these hoods and lived in these areas and all this shit, bro. Stop it. You know what the fuck you talking about?
And the threat, the danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable. And I would add, I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands.
Do you hear? Where is he getting these numbers from? This is a lie. This is a lie, bro. 10,000 carjackings a day. This is an absolute lie, bro. This is a lie. What the fuck? 10,000 carjackings a day? Who the fuck told this dumbass that? This should be absolutely ridiculous. Just on the internet, on TV, in front of millions of people and just lying. And ain't no consequences for this shit, bro. Nowadays, whatever a journalist is, that shit a joke now. That shit don't mean nothing like what it used to mean. Like, this shit is a joke.
It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
I'm not allowed to reveal the secrets of Jameson Black Barrel. It's carefully chosen select batch Irish whiskey.
It's over with for Nick. Jury is back. This motherfucker is a racist.
It's the greatest whiskey I ever drank and the greatest story.
This ass is an absolute racist, bro.
Mom and Dad always made sure
bro,
we had a roof
he a
over our
racist.
heads,
His
and they
damn
loved
daddy
to
a
take me
racist.
to the places they
Whole
called
damn
their
family
other
probably
home.
racist.
They
Fuck
were
outta here.
wild and beautiful, and they always seemed to have a story
Your
to tell.
daddy half Mexican.
National parks brought us closer to nature and closer together. And now I'm passing that on to my kids. That's why I support the national park.
Definitely gave him a chance.
Because I want to protect these amazing
When I
places
didn't know he was a
today,
racist
tomorrow,
fucking
and forever.
an hour and 40 minutes ago.
Celebrate the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. Join for $1 down, $15 a month. Offer ends December 19th.
Well, you're separating two different things. The mom live around black people. That was after Irina Zarutska got shot, and it's true. I mean, they are largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable.
Again,
I ain't watching them no more after this,
You're
Jessica.
perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I'm a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an
Did trash
aversion.
talk
I would
Charlie?
say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the
Bitch,
board. I
we
think
all
that,
Americans. See,
people
like,
seek
gone
out
with this
other-
division and this divider and all this bullshit, bro. I hate this shit more than anything. Talking about my own people, bro. We are Americans. Motherfucker get so caught up in black and white and this and that and all this type of shit. It just cause division, man. It just cause problems, bro. Talking about around your own people. Well, go your ass back to Italy or Ireland or whatever the fuck else your ass mixed with. The fuck is you talking about? Black people more American than your motherfucking ass. My people ain't never been nowhere else but America, far as my family. My mom, my dad, my grandparents, my great-grandparents. We ain't come from nowhere else, motherfucker, but America. But you think, because your ass mixed with all this different shit, but you got white skin and y'all end up over here, you think you more American than us. Sound dumb as fuck for none more than the fact that your skin is white.
people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews, Chinese, black people, Hispanics.
Black people is not against that. You can quit lying on black people, bro. Because if she fine and she nice looking and shit, and I'm attracted to her, I really wouldn't get no fuck what her race is. All I'm trying to find out in this crazy ass world is it a real woman? Like, I don't give a fuck. If I'm attracted to you, I think you nice looking. Race don't play a part in that shit at all. At all. Yeah, white cousins and all type of shit, bro. And dated plenty white girls. That shit means absolutely nothing to me, bro. Get your dumb ass up out of here.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable. And let's say for the sake of argument, sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage.
Right.
And your father is part Mexican.
Right.
You're literally,
for the sake of argument,
the very person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
It's not white,
and
though,
Europeans.
is it? It's not white.
Right.
Well, you're apparently more of a racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a
really.
Can't answer shit, y'all. Look at him.
White neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background
Exactly.
yourself.
Your ass
You've
got
literally got
interracial. Your parents was an interracial couple,
I live in a
motherfucker.
non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here though, but I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing.
Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show because they respect the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah.
These people ain't
So how
your
do they
friends,
feel when you
bro.
say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion
like
on the
they cut it
basis
out,
of skin
didn't it?
color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively.
Let's see. Some got cut out. Let's see. It happened again.
That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
People love my show because they respect the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. So how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people?
You said a dozen in name too. Don't forget that.
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place
cut
of,
it out.
and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually
Some got
dispute.
cut out. Whatever Kanye
it's
said
not an
got cut out.
aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider
Definitely
myself a
named two
bigot. I
weirdos.
consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about
N-word
it.
too.
And I speak
Oh my
provocatively about
God.
our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says
That's
that
probably
over
what was
time
cut.
and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real.
Because people
It's
like
not
you.
just
Because
skin
people
deep.
like you. We
It
could get
matters
past
to
that shit
us
because
and
it don't
matters
matter.
to each other.
It don't
And-
matter
and
who
black-
white and who black and all this shit. So you come and you say America first and all this shit, but you sitting right here in America causing division and causing all this shit, but you saying we shouldn't fuck with Israel or we shouldn't fuck with this, we shouldn't fuck with that, we should be America first. We can't even get along right here in America. We can't even see past black and white right here in America because motherfuckers like you. But you talk about how we should be America first and all this shit, but you can't mean that shit when you don't even like black Americans, bro. Like, what the fuck? Why we all just can't be Americans? Why is there so much emphasis on black and white? Come on, bro. But everybody's like, get past the slavery shit and that's a big part of getting past the slavery shit and everything that happened with that and getting people to stop talking about that shit. Let's just quit focusing on the color of people, period. That'll be a great step in the right direction. It don't matter if a motherfucker white. It don't matter if a motherfucker black. Don't none of that shit matter. It's either you a good person, a bad person, or et cetera, et cetera. It don't mean, okay, if you white, you racist. If you black, you a fucking murderer. That ain't what this shit mean. Like, what the fuck?
People know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding.
We are the
based
same.
on skin color.
We are the same. Okay, got different cultures and probably like different food and different shit like that, but when it comes down to it, we the same shit. Some people skin dark, some people skin light. It's that fucking simple, bro. Act like we two totally different. Is it buffering? I can see Kanye rolling with a motherfucker like this. Is it buffering, y'all? Alright.
As you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion to black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man.
Stop bringing this poor lady up. Rest in peace to her. Stop bringing that up, bro.
And said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate
that is horrible,
that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally far fewer.
No, but far fewer. How many? Do you know?
That don't mean nothing because it's fewer. That don't mean shit.
You're very big on, you're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record.
It was horrific.
Absolutely
Rest
horrific.
In peace to her.
And should never have happened.
He definitely needs some mental health help.
Perpetrated that evil act, had a string of previous offences, and should have been picked up more, and it should have been.
That's a fact. That black dude should have been in jail already.
All of that. But I just suspect you have no idea
exactly
how many
white
people
black
have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience.
That don't mean
it's
nothing.
like you said. Well, and hang on, and I would add to that, you know, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Perpetrated by white people.
Well, hang on, let me finish my point.
But you're implying that white people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course.
Oh, I never said white people don't do it.
You said they do it way fewer, so that means like it don't even matter. One is too many in my opinion. Whether you black, white, or whatever.
Or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes.
He is only focused on black people.
If you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Facts.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you.
What the fuck is you talking about,
black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even white people too. What we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence, and that's that.
All races got those things. Those things ain't just unique to black people, bro. I don't know what time McDonald is. Like, all races got those things, bro. Those are just not black people, bro. This man stupid as fuck, bro.
A pattern of behavior that we see all over social media.
So just to be clear, you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
Turn this around on me.
You're ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said
very clever.
What black friends have you got? You say,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America.
Facts.
Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life,
I have, yeah.
Okay. Ye also got interracial kids and shit like that, so there's that too.
Okay, well, then you know he's nothing but polite, considerate.
That seemed very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also
you've been interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by interrupting.
Look, how is that okay to say? Are you black because you're being very rude? As if he applying somebody from England or somebody white or any other race can't be rude. To be rude is a choice. It's not a race thing. Anybody can be rude, bro. And now look at his face. When he's saying the bullshit, look at his face. When he's saying the negative shit, that's when this dude happy. Look at him. Ear to ear, cheekbones high, eyes low. Just too happy to say some bullshit like that. But when the real questions is being asked and the real conversation is trying to be had, he's sitting up playing victim and looking like a constipated motherfucker on the toilet. Yeah, it's Kanye, yeah. Look at him now, though, when he just said, are you black? Because you being rude. Look at the smile.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So, no.
Kanye took beats from 2 producers in Chicago, allegedly. This is all allegedly. So the whole right down through the wire when he supposed to been in the car accident, the story in Chicago is that ain't what happened. The story is he ripped off some producers for 2 beats, made it big and never paid him, came back to Chicago, got caught and got the living hell beat out of him. Allegedly. So, I mean, that's like robbing people for their beats, taking they shit and not paying them for it, and like all that book bag, polo shit, that shit an image. Like, this man from the south side of Chicago, bro. You just eating up the image. It's easy to fool somebody like you, bro. Especially when you come from somewhere like we come from, bro. It's easy to fool a motherfucker like you, bro. It's easy to make a motherfucker like you feel like we like you. Because in our reality, you are already scared of us. And we know that. And we'll use that shit against somebody like you. That's why it's important not to be scared of nobody. Motherfucker, hell you doing all type of shit because you scared.
Oh, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Like fashion.
He's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here. And we're going to come back.
I think his ass did go to private school and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Views about Jewish people.
Before Kanye made it big in rap, I ain't know shit about Kanye. Never saw Kanye like I see other rappers from my city on their way up to the top and all that shit, bro. When I first saw Kanye, I thought Kanye was from New York. You know what I'm saying? Running all up behind Jay-Z and all them, bro. Like, I never saw Kanye West nowhere doing nothing in Chicago before he was Kanye West. I don't even know what hood Kanye from. What area? I know he from the South Side, but like, what hood? Chicago is segregated as hell, so that's what, like, where you from? That's like the first thing you gonna be asked. And the motherfucker ain't looking for the answer of Chicago. No, where you're from. What neighborhood, what block. None of motherfucker know where Kanye from. Where? What streets? Probably from the Grange Park too.
And indeed what Ye said about the same subject matter. Angel Studios are back with it. Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism.
The Proud Boys what?
You mentioned with Stephen Crowder last week. You answered emphatically.
Because we about to be done with Nick.
All Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just...
Because you're scared to say that on the internet.
Okay.
You scared to say that.
Let's play this clip.
Tim Pool reaction was
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact.
Numbers, who you saying watch the rule?
We have the truth on our side. That's why we're
JD?
winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial,
so it's a
cultural,
JD
and
reaction
political
on the Proud Boys.
antagonisms
Make sure I
between
got that
organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans.
Who came crawling back to Nick?
And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real. It's true. I can prove it. I can show you.
Oh, JD interviewed the Proud Boys? All right, we'll
I
watch
can
that
show
next.
you the paper trail.
Too
the
much
money.
Nick's number has a good
That
idea
is
in
why
it.
we're winning.
Shut the fuck up. He racist, y'all. His ass is racist. Man, I ain't never searched JD delay up in here. It's a video. He told Nick ass up yesterday. Right here, numbers. This.
Later go on to be pardoned by none other than President Donald Trump himself.
I ain't getting no more attention. He
People
done.
have already served
This
years
it, numbers?
in prison, and they've served them viciously. It's a
I do love switching things up. New cities, New Jersey numbers, new looks. A little change always helped take my game to a new level.
Hey,
So why
Nick,
not a new
Nick
phone?
ain't right, y'all.
Google Pixel 10? Woo! That's the number. Picture
I
day
like
tomorrow?
JD though, I ain't gonna lie.
I'll be ready.
disgusting prison. It's been horrible.
That's 50 seconds. We'll go back.
Hey everybody, in today's interview we are sitting down with Enrique Tarrio, the shogun of the Proud Boys. We are talking about a man who was sentenced to
Rub me the
over
wrong way.
2
What about
decades
Nick?
in
All that
federal
shit
prison
rubbed me the wrong
for
way.
what
He
happened
only
on
said a
January
couple
6th,
things I agree
even
with.
though he wasn't even in the same state
Thanks,
as
Romeo.
the incident.
Sentencing day for the
Once I
former
get the
leader of the
laptop,
Proud
it'll be
Boys,
better,
Miami's
and I
Enrique
can
Tarrio
received the longest prison sentence of any January 6th defendant.
of seditious conspiracy in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol.
He would then later go on to be pardoned
If you
by
ain't
none other than
extremist,
President
fuck you.
Donald
Right,
Trump
left,
himself.
front, back, black,
These
white,
people have
whatever the
already
fuck
served
it
years
is.
in prison,
All extremists need to fucking go.
and
And
they've
I ain't talking
served
about like
them
unallowed and no
viciously.
shit like
It's
that,
a
but we just
disgusting
need to
prison.
quit
It's
paying
been
attention to people
horrible.
like
It's
this.
inhumane.
And whatever
It's been
side
a
we on,
terrible,
whatever our
terrible
beliefs
thing.
on, it don't matter
And today he's going to be giving us the inside scoop on exactly what the Proud Boys are,
we could disagree on the left or right or whatever the fuck you want to call it in the middle all day fucking long. But one thing we all should be able to agree on is that we don't need none of this extremist shit. We don't need none of this shit, man. Like, he talking about the violence that's happening in Chicago and New York or LA or whatever, but the type of shit he pushing and the type of shit he's saying is why we got violence in politics. It's why we losing prominent people because motherfuckers don't like what they saying type of shit. And the people who are just pushing division and trying to divide people. All that type of shit is causing a lot of violence too. So stop looking at everybody else all the goddamn time and look in the motherfucking mirror. It's either you're helping or you're not. But most people want to sit in this gray area. Oh, I'm not helping or I'm not helping. I'm just being real. I'm being realistic. I'm living in reality. Shut your stupid ass up with that bullshit. You dividing people. You're spreading hate, whether it's intentional or not. You responsible for the words that come out your motherfucking mouth, not Piers Morgan.
They stand for and what they do.
A drinking club with a patriot problem.
USA! 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 Now, when the Proud Boys came into prominence, I was in treatment. I was locked down. I was trying to figure out why I was such a mess and how to fix myself. So I was completely out of touch. I was not educated on the Proud Boys.
Yeah,
when I went to Portland,
I'm just trying to get more members to join that Discord. I don't think people quite got it figured out how to do it, but yeah, I got ideas of things we can do in there and stuff I want to do in there, but you know, we gotta get people joining locked in with how to join and all that type of thing. So still like a work in progress. Right now we probably got, hey Scully, we probably got 20 people in there, but we probably got like 200 and some members, so it's like it's a slow roll right now.
Off with Antifa. This happened.
I
don't know, bro. We just came, tried to have civil conversation, discourse with them, and they started getting wild, and we started building and got crazier and crazier. So, fuck the Proud Boys!
Definitely Antifa.
Fuck the Proud Boys! That's right. I said fuck the Proud Boys.
Yeah, if I had the money to do that. I got a laptop on my Amazon wish list with a built-in webcam. That's what I'm trying to get.
So I wanted to sit down with Enrique, find out exactly who they are, what they're about, and to be honest, by the end of this interview,
I got a lot of mics.
I absolutely owe them an apology. So to the Proud Boys, I apologize for being uneducated and making an assessment about you guys based on what the liberal media was telling me.
It's okay.
We were talking about this last time I was with you.
Right.
The Proud Boys.
Yeah,
started off as a goof and then became like what they won't let him in Australia now. Have you seen that?
No, it's gotten insane.
It's kind of scary. You know, the Proud Boys had a long track record of violence long before January 6th.
Oh, yeah, the lightning for sure.
Those who were convicted on January 6th. I have to say, of all of his policies, this is not a popular one.
I don't think they should have got no part neither. Just talking about people from January 6th, they shouldn't have got no part. Just like that president or whoever from Honduras, wherever he was from, we shouldn't be parting people like this. We shouldn't be letting people like this out of prison. Wearing makeup. Every time we go on a commercial, got a whole makeup team coming up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, we shouldn't be letting that dude out of jail,
Enrique,
bro.
man, thank you so much for coming out here and doing this with us. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
So I'm not very knowledgeable about the organization that you're a part of, and I would like to be educated because I know that myself, I've been called a whole bunch of shit that you've been called, and that's never been a part of my ideology. So I wanted you to come on and be able to explain that, and please educate me, bro.
So let's start with this. Like, I don't even know too much, right? And the reason why is what the basis of the organization is. It's a drinking club. Let's start with that. That's bare bones what it is, right? It's not a focus group like Like
He's
if you were
smarter than most people. He say this shit a drinking club. Don't try to label us no gang, none of that shit.
You know what you're about. You're pro-life. You're anti-abortion.
Gotta
So
watch what you
everybody's
say.
the
We
same
talking
way
about
with
any
us.
group.
Since it's a drinking club and our only goal is to make better men, like there's different focal points, and we have a really large organization with about 35,000 members here in the United States and another 10,000 abroad. Countries like the UK, South Korea.
What happened with
Canada,
his son?
Australia. So I'll give you the example. I had 2 members in my chapter, and one was an entrepreneur with no kids, right? Free bird. And then the other one's the 9 to 5,
idiot.
Dad, come home, provider, right? So both of them were always at each other's throats. He's like,
son,
quit your job, quit your fucking 9 to 5. You're making money for somebody else. And because of those insults and the friendly banter, he quit his job and he started a business, and he's more successful than the other guy. But then something happened is the guy that's a business owner had a son. He had an incoming child. He was raised without his dad, so he needed advice on how to be a dad.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
He looked for guidance to the guy that he helped pick up out of doing those 9 to 5s. So it's kind of like an iron sharpens iron. It always starts at the bar. Go out once a month, drink beer with the boys, get out of the house, disconnect. It's a men's club. At some point in American history, men's clubs stopped being cool. So when we
35,000 members, y'all getting too big to keep saying it's a goddamn drinking club.
All sorts of crazy things.
Yeah, so I have heard over and over again that before I was even educated at all, that you guys are a white supremacist organization, and you do not. I've been to prison. I've seen white supremacists. I've dealt with them, and you do not look like a white supremacist to me, sir.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Look, we don't give a shit.
He not a white dude, is he? He white? Who you can't stand, Digital? This dude not white, right?
What your fucking skin color is. I don't care what your religion is.
He thinks he white.
Obviously, like Islam is probably not compatible too much with Western values, but yeah, that's a whole other ballgame. We don't care.
I know the name. That's why I'm like,
where you're from. Maybe if you're illegal, you wouldn't want to join because some guys might want to deport you. But for the most part, to us, it's about ideology, right? It's about Western values, and we do have like these tenets that we go by. It's not like it's not like a Bible that you have to. They're not 10 commandments, but we do try to follow them as best as possible.
Father God, we pray for the people.
He's sure protecting this shit from any type of RICO or any type of this group or hate group or anything like that. He's smart as hell how he answering these questions as far as what the Proud Boys are. He's smart as hell, bro. This how more of these rappers and all these dumb motherfuckers who be doing these interviews need to be talking and carrying themselves when you answering these questions, because you got to be careful what you say. It'll be a RICO all up your ass.
Pray for those that are wicked, that are doing things that hurt their own community.
So, our tenets include glorify the entrepreneur. I believe that one of the quotes, I'm a big fan of Killer Mike. I don't know if you run the duels of Killer Mike.
Yeah.
He says, kill your masters, right? And there's so many masters in your life, and people think government is one of the masters. It is, but it's not the biggest master. You got your local government officials as your master, but the biggest master you have in your life is your boss. He tells you at what time you got to wake up. He tells you how much money you're going to have. He tells you what time you got to be home, what time you're going to see your kids, what time you have vacation. You always have to ask. So glorify the entrepreneur is one of our biggest tenets that at least I follow. Glorify the housewife. It's uncool right now to be a housewife. I'm not saying the women belong in kitchen and you need
because to be a housewife should be a choice. If a woman want to stay at home and raise the kids and let the husband go out and make the money and all that, that's fine. But if a woman want to chase a career and work and be successful and accomplish things, that's fine too, bro. It's always a bunch of men, not saying him, there's always a bunch of men trying to tell a woman what she should be or what she should do or how she should act. And it all just seems like it comes from a point of just trying to put women beneath men. Like, it's stupid as fuck.
But like, if your woman comes home one day, let's say both of you have your careers, and your woman comes home one day and she's like, you know what, babe? I'm sick and tired of working. I just want to stay home and bake fucking cookies. You know what your job is, little man? Shut the fuck up, zip up, and put out and become the producer at home so she can bake cookies at the house.
Facts,
right? So it's
like
kind of putting women on a pedestal. Men are the masters of the universe, but women are that universe. So, so our values, our core values are Western values, and most people vibe with that. Have we had our bad apples? Yeah, of course. When you have an
I agree with that too,
organization,
Emmy.
you get your bad apples. And,
work as a team, figure it out. Whatever's best for the group.
We have a perfect organization. We don't. Matter of fact, I don't get along with a lot of my guys. I get along with some of them, but we're all brothers and we respect each other, which is like no.
That's a big thing. You ain't got to get along with everybody. Just respect everybody.
Very important to me. My biggest
I like what
flex
he's
in
saying.
life is that my wife is a track wife. She wanted to not have to work, and I'm incredibly happy to not have my wife going and working for another man. It feels unnatural, and I didn't like it. So when she said that's what she wanted to do, I was super happy to be able to facilitate
A lot of
that.
people can't afford it.
What are you saying? I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacist and
What would you like me to condemn?
White supremacist and right
Proud
Boys,
stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is.
See, I agree that somebody needs to do something about Antifa, but the left, I just don't like when nobody be saying that, whether they like do something about the right, I feel the same way, or do something about the left. Like, that's damn near calling for violence just to put the left like right next to Antifa from since I've been doing this, and now I know what Antifa is, what I feel like I just saw with my own eyes. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know, man. I just.
The left
FBI director.
This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacist.
Are you
all the
comfortable
division,
talking
it's
about
not
the
a
process
left-wing
of what it takes to
problem.
become a Proud Boy? Is there an initiation? Is there a process?
And when people say shit like that about Antifa and shit, I think that directly affect people like Cam. And I think that's why if you like on the right and you doing whatever you doing, I think that's why they get looked at like they looked at. Because Antifa is completely getting pushed on the left, like all this, them, this, that. That's why when people like Cam come up, that's why they get the reaction they get. And why people feel like they feel about them. It's the same shit, just causing division, causing a divide, separating us. That's all it is. Antifa is Antifa. Bad people are bad people. We don't have to sit up and figure out whether these motherfuckers come from the left or the right, or who let you in the country, or who the reason you doing this and that. If they as bad, deal with them accordingly. It don't matter what your motherfucking political beliefs is. So fucking what? Yeah, broke the law, you did some tragic shit, you did some horrible shit, whatever it is, and your ass going to prison. That's it. Get no fuck your ass from the right, left, back, front, white, black, whatever the fuck you is. It don't fucking matter. We waste too much time trying to figure out what the fuck Tyler Robinson is, or what the fuck the dude is who did that to the National Guardsmen and all the shit. We spend too much time focusing on what are these people's political beliefs and which side of the aisle they on. It don't fucking matter. It don't fucking matter. That shit is irrelevant. That shit should not matter. Horrible people are horrible people. It don't matter which side of the aisle you on or what your ass believe in. We don't even care what your ass believe in. We ain't fucking like you. You're an idiot. Arrest them and be done with it. Get their ass 2 million years and be done with it. Nobody get no fuck if you a Democrat or a Republican and you did some horrible shit. So we could point the finger over there or point the finger over there and still ain't solving shit. Let's deal with the problem. Because when you're trying to figure out where a motherfucker off the left or the right, you're still playing this same weak ass blame game. It's a political game. It's a campaign game. Oh, it wasn't us, it was them. But we all fucking Americans and this shit is happening in the country we all love. So it don't matter what side of the aisle or what's the beliefs of these horrible ass people. It don't matter. Because if you just a regular, normal American, it goes against what we stand for no matter what side of the aisle we on. We ain't for none of this shit. Everyday Americans like attacking National Guardsmen and stabbing people up on trains and burning people up on trains and all this other horrible shit that's happening. Just deal with them, rule them out, get them the fuck on, whatever you gotta do. Stop focusing on their political beliefs and shit. That's what I'm saying. Lock they ass up for life. Also, you saying that Enrique got 22 years. I gotta look more into I'm talking about digital. I gotta look more into what happened to him, because I hear a lot of people saying he was innocent and he wasn't even in Washington when that happened and he was falsely accused and all that. But I ain't took no deep dive into it to be able to speak on it too much for myself. But I just hear certain people saying he a J6er. And some people saying he was falsely accused and treated horribly and was in basically the whole, I can't think of the damn word, the prison term for it, and solitary confinement for like 2 years and all this type of shit and shit like that. But I had to do my own research before I can speak on it.
Sex period, how does that work? Is it like a traditional gang or organization like that?
So the way that we structure our vetting is very extensive. You know,
so he was convicted in court. So how is he out, guys? He got pardoned. Trump pardoned all of them, right? So he a part of the pardon, right? That's why he's not serving 22 years. He was in jail, yes. Okay. I mean, it ain't bad to say somebody is. I mean, let me think how I want to say. I mean, if you was convicted of it, then I mean how our law work and how our system work, you know. That's what you are. You know what I'm saying? You was tried for it by the jury of your peers and you was convicted. I mean, you got a bunch of people running around here calling OJ a unaliver, and he was acquitted. So, I mean, if somebody was convicted of something, then, I mean, just because you got pardoned don't mean, you know, that you weren't convicted of this and that you're not this. He was convicted. The sentence was correct in my opinion. Wasn't correct in my opinion. So you think they over-sentenced him? Yeah, 22 years. For not using pronouns. What are we talking about? I don't know who that is. I mean, you ain't gonna get me taken up for the justice system. I mean, I get that it's flawed, you know what I'm saying? But, I mean, just far as sticking to the facts and going by what happened, I mean, he was convicted of it. You know what I'm saying? But the system mess up all the time. Believe me, I know in areas like I'm from and, you know, with the gangs and everything that's going on, I see it all the time. I see him get it wrong all the time. So I just got arrested at the Capitol on J6 and all he was doing was giving CPR to someone. That's tough. Justice, it is flawed. You will never hear me say it's not. It's absolutely flawed. But it's what we got.
Not only like your criminal history, and just because you were a felon at some point for like some stupid shit doesn't like negate you. Like we're looking for other charges.
Over sentence. What was the exact charge? Like conspiracy to what? I mean, then we'll be able. They were federal cases, so we can't watch them. Exactly, yeah. So that means we don't really know nothing about the evidence and stuff. I guess reports and stuff still coming out, like maybe a judge kept this out, judge kept that out. What was the exact charge? Anybody know? What was he charged with? What time do that charge carry? I mean, as far as the over sentencing and stuff like that. They arrested him. That was in America. Arrested him, trespassing, hate crimes, got life. That case was in America. You'll get it. Okay, now we're gonna start the video back.
Mass violence. We're looking for, kitty shit, things like that. We don't want none of that shit.
So you guys have a no pedophile, no sex offender type policy?
Yes, that's an absolute fucking zero tolerance policy with pedos. And we'll get into prison pedos too. Had a lot of fun with that.
Yeah.
That was in Northern Ireland. I knew that one here. Jesus Christ. Last week. 1 second. Let's hear what being said.
Had a lot of fun with that.
Yeah.
It's a fucking pedophile, and you guys let him fucking hang around. You know what would have happened if that been an legend? I would have fucking stabbed his ass. Your president's a pedophile. I've stabbed fucking pedophiles in prison. Is that your mission? You're on camera. You stab people in prison. I stab pedophiles. They're not people. And we let you out of.
Now that's proper anger right there, and I don't even know if this has you, but that's proper hate right there. Like, damn, turn that shit towards some horrible ass people like a pedophile or some shit like that, instead of just. So that's the same thing that somebody else just said. Did you look up how much time that could carry? Like, I got no problem with him saying this about pedophiles. No problem with it at all. Like, there's the people should be getting that type of anger and that type of hate and that type of energy. And I don't even feel wrong for saying it. Like, he a PDF file, this guy, and he talking about what the president is.
And you should president let a person stab in a guillotine. They should be put in a guillotine.
They should be put in a guillotine. I like that.
I'm Steffi, and this is the famous footwear that goes big on holiday magic.
No
and with over
problem
800
with
stores, you're never far from the perfect gift.
Make your list and make it famous.
Come in today for buy one pair, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear or famous.com.
What kind of monsters are we?
The housemaid. At IHG's Holiday Inn
Hey, I'm gonna do an unboxing video tomorrow. This unboxing video is so well overdue. Like, I still gotta go get them boots. Everything that somebody bought me, I still got it. I ain't used it or nothing like that. I'm just waiting to do the video. Jake, what's your favorite?
Express destination you choose. Follow a great
Well, I ain't gonna lie.
Locked up in
My
Illinois,
favorite
Judy,
thing
Cook
is
County, the Audi home, or anywhere else in the system.
to laugh. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even trying to sound harsh by saying that. They just make complete fools out themselves. So shit, I just be looking forward to laughing. I mean, I just can't take it serious no more. After going out there for day after day after day and actually recording and documenting and going back and watching the lives and then seeing how they act and seeing how they kind of change towards me, for me making the change that I feel better me and where I can more help people around me and stuff like that, just got me a way better place in my life. I just can't take these people. Is it buffering? And I go there because y'all want to see it. But honestly, like, going to them protesters, like, laughing to avoid crying type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people are, I don't know. You just give protesting the bad name for us, what's going on at these ICE detention centers. Is it still buffering, y'all? It's good. I'm start the video back.
Extensive process. There is a prospecting portion. So the only way
it's funny. It's a joke.
Really, because your values,
fuck liberals.
Your values could be all over the place. You don't have to be a Trump supporter.
Relax.
You don't have to be like.
Fuck liberals too.
You don't have to have a certain set of ideals, right? But the thing that kicks out the most Proud Boys, where we remove them, is socially awkward people. If you're socially retarded, you're not going to make it. If you can't hang out with the boys at a bar and just like be normal, you're not going to make it through it. We'll grind you down, we'll kick you out, or you're going to change, right? Those are two things. We're not looking for people. If you're in the vetting process and all you say is, oh, well, yeah, we're going to go fight Antifa. Okay, but what's something else? No, I'm here to fight Antifa. We don't want you. You're out. And also, some of those people that do come in from the videos, those are good prospects because we'll ask other questions and we give them time to assimilate. Everybody that comes in and thinks that we're like some type of fight club, that we're like, okay, he won't be socially awkward, he has the right views, and we put him in the prospecting stage, it is nothing like they ever dreamed of. You know, it's nothing like they could ever think. They think it's like this organized like thing. We're the most unorganized
This man making sure he separate this damn group from all the points of a RICO.
You know,
I'm
it's just
telling you, bro. Everything you need to be
drinking beers
considered
together
for a
and hanging
RICO,
out, and
he is
some of us are
separating the
holding
Proud
brackets.
Boys from
As
this.
a matter of fact, if I were to gauge it, I'd say 90% of our membership aren't activists at all.
Yeah, the prospect was like the first bad thing he said, because I mean that could make you look like a biker club and stuff like that, and it also can make you look like you got a chain of command, which can be used as a RICO. But that's why I think he went right to the we are the most unorganized group out there, because it's like you definitely don't want to say none organized, none like that. I mean, you don't want to say shit like that. He definitely didn't coach well.
So it's a small portion of us that come around and do these things. Like we do security for events, come out here to Portland, get some content.
I'm saying already classified as a hate group by who? Not the government, right? Probably just by people. Not the government. It was the government. Yeah, he shouldn't have said prospect. All by the government? By the last administration. So Biden now. He gone for the most part. They already joined Patriot Front, right? Biden dub, yeah, I'm sure. Biden did, yeah, I'm sure. It had something to do with January 6th or what?
And kiss babies, and if some shit pops off, then we're ready.
You know what? Like, we're here to have fun. We're here to support our ICE agents. And if they decide to touch anybody, I think all of us, I think that's just it. My guys, I think everybody would step in the way. Yes, so hopefully we don't see that too.
So it's not like a traditional street gang where you'll get jumped in, or
no.
So you don't get jumped in where you have to go and show of heart and you know, blood in, blood out type of situation.
No, if you want to leave the Proud Boys, you know, go ahead, leave. There's nothing, you know, it's not like you're out bad or none of that shit.
Yeah.
So there is a beat-in process, but it's not what a lot of people think. So we have degrees.
You shouldn't be wearing certain colors of shit. All this shit, you shouldn't be doing that.
There might be more, but let's start with the 4 degrees. So you go prospect, and then if the chapter votes in
shouldn't be saying chapters either.
You're allowed to become a member of the organization.
Shouldn't be saying members of the organization. He fucking up now, y'all. He about to let JD get him wrapped up. He fucking up now. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you leave a gang or something, man, you out bad. You know what I'm saying? You out there bad. You left the gang gonna get you. You know what I'm saying? They is set up like a motorcycle club. That's what it's seeming like to me. He talking too much now. He saying too much. This can be used against you.
I am a Western chauvinist.
This is all
and I
known.
refuse to apologize.
I'm saying, get another Democrat in office. It might, even though it's all known. I'm pretty sure Trump them ain't trying to go after them. Trump them ain't targeting them. But this can all change if a Democrat get in office. I mean, that's how this shit work. That's the same shit with why you see Biden ain't labeled Antifa as no type of terrorist group or no shit like that. That's how this shit work. If we get a Democratic administration, it's not crazy to think that they might go after the Proud Boys. They might damn well go after them. You need to watch what he say, whether it's no or not. Ain't nothing like it coming out of your mouth.
For creating the modern world.
Man, who knows what they doing? When you get to talk about a RICO and you talking about 35,000 members, like he said, it ain't got to be nothing he doing directly. It ain't got to be nothing nobody at the top doing. It's anybody who involved with the organization. And they could prove you was doing this for the greater good of the organization, or to make money for the organization, or to push any type of agenda or anything for the organization. It don't take a lot to put these RICOs on people. That's why all around the country, good night, that's why all around the country, you got all these prosecutors trying to use it. Overt acts and all this shit. Overt acts don't even have to be a crime. You don't even have to be proven who did it. Like, it get ugly when you get in these courtrooms dealing with these RICOs.
Makes you a member. After some time of being a member and integrating,
Jasmine Crockett called the Proud Boys white supremacy.
Your second degree. Since it's more like a fraternal thing, the way that it works
they got some
is
for following the
5
violent
dudes
Proud Boys path. That shit is serious
beat your
for
ass
sure.
until you can name 5 breakfast cereals. You know, we're not punching you in the face. I'm not looking to break your rib or anything. It's more of like a frat boy thing. You know,
He shouldn't be saying none of this. He shouldn't be saying none of this.
Like, this is my first tattoo. Okay.
You gonna show the camera? I just said Proud Boy, y'all.
It's a little too permanent for me.
Yeah. So that's your third degree, and then the fourth degree, it's up to your chapter, your personal chapter. To
That
give
chapter
you
shit,
the fourth
no,
degree is
bro.
the
This
only
shit
one
sounded
you
like
can
a
look for,
game.
right? So if you want to get your first degree, you got to
like
be
a
a Proud
game.
Boy. Second degree, you know, you got to be, you got to want to get your second degree. And by the way, your second degree makes you a brother, right? A second degree.
So how do you go from degree to degree? What you got to do? So if you starting off at stage 1, what you got to do before you stage 2? What you got to do before you stage 3? Stage like, and just to be saying that once you get to stage 3, you a member. You don't want to be, bro. I'm telling you, man. This all it take. This all it take. He fucking up. He went from doing real good to fucking up. What you mean I ain't listening? Now, tell me then. From banking and social media. Ain't they ass on social media? MC chapters, prospect, brothers, members, president, and fourth, I promise you. He said, he told you the stages. I mean, he told the stages. If he was saying how you advanced through them, then I did miss it.
Here we call you brother. So member, brother. Yeah, and that's it. That's as far as that goes. So that's it. Once you're a brother, you go to your third degree in tattoo. Your fourth degree, you don't look for it because it is considered a hardship for the cause. And what is that? You know, and the media likes to spin it. Well, you need to punch Antifa to get a fourth degree. Absolutely not.
I don't think he said how either.
And there's Americans, and you jump over to Antifa's side and you punch one of them, that's not a fourth degree. As a matter of fact, we might kick you out for that stupid shit. You can't look for it. So if you're on this side and one of those Antifa dudes comes in and punches you in the face, you're gonna have to you have to react to it.
I mean, he said what you get when you go through the certain stages, but I don't know if he said how you advance through the stages, like how you go from 1 to 2. Okay, he said you be 1, you be a prospect, you be 2, you get a tattoo, some shit like that. Where you be 2, you be a brother. Then 3, you get a tattoo and you officially a member. But like what are you having to do to go from degree to degree, step to step? I mean, it got to be something. It got to be something you got to do.
To the organization will allow you to take your second degree. There's 4 degrees. There might be more, but let's start with the 4 degrees. So you go prospect, and then if the chapter votes in unison, you're allowed to become a member of the organization, which is your first degree.
See, he didn't say what you have to do right there.
I am a Western chauvinist. And I refuse to apologize for creating the modern world.
get all that, guys, but he's not saying like what you got to do. What is the chapter looking for them all to vote for you in unison? Like what I'm saying. He not saying he not saying what you got to do. He's not saying what's required. I mean, I don't know if I'm saying what I'm trying to say correctly. It probably ain't our business, but to make it sound bad when you saying chapters and prospects and all this shit. Like, if you in a gang, like a street Chicago gang, it's steps too, but it's certain shit you gotta do. And usually it's committing crimes. I ain't saying that's what they got going on. I'm saying he ain't explained it. But in order to move up the chain of command, whatever, in a street gang, you gotta do shit. You got to do shit that benefit the gang, whether you making money, whether you taking out ops, whether you, whatever you doing. You got to bring something to the table if you want to move up. You got to be helping in some way. You got to have some type of value. Nobody said it's a recruitment video. Relax. Chill out. Chill out.
After some time of being a member and integrating to the organization will allow you to take your second degree. Since it's more like a fraternal thing, the way that it works is 5 dudes beat your ass until you can name 5 breakfast cereals. You know,
what do that sound like to y'all, man? That's how gangs work. That's an initiation. Come on, bro. That's just like the Bloods and Crips. You get beat in. Like, you got to prove you're tough enough. You know what I'm saying? And I know he's saying not in the face or nothing like that. That's the same way it works in street Chicago gangs. You're not going to get hit in the face. You're not going to get stomped or nothing like that. You're going to get punched in your arms, chest, and legs. Sound like a game.
We're not punching you in the face. I'm not looking to break your rib or anything. It's more of like a frat boy thing. Mm-hmm. You know, 30 degrees your tattoo. And like, this is my first tattoo. Okay. I don't know if you're into tattoos.
Also had work in the gang. So if you just join in the gang or you just get in the gang, just can't run off and get the gang tattooed on you or nothing. It's certain stuff you got to do in certain requirements before you can like go get the gang put on your skin. This sound like a gang. Whether it is or not, I'm not saying. I'm just somebody who come from the streets and always been around gangs and know how gangs work, and this is how gangs work. That's all I'm saying.
I might get one someday. It's a little too permanent for me.
Yeah. So that's your third degree.
I ain't saying if they white supremacists or not. I ain't really saying nothing to make me feel that.
It's up to your chapter, your personal chapter, to give your 4th degree. The 4th degree is the only one you can't live.
The Masons and all that stuff are gangs. Let's be very clear. Those are gangs. Those are gangs. Mess with one of them and find out. Do something to a Mason. I like Jasmine Crockett, but when I like a politician or something like that, I don't get caught up into what I'm glorifying them or nothing like that. So I understand that it ain't in Jasmine Crockett's interest or her party interest to say nothing good about the Proud Boys. Which would probably be the same way with somebody on the right in Antifa. So I'm not lost on that. Okay, so just because I like a certain politician or follow a certain politician, I don't just take everything you say as gold. You don't get to think for me. I'm still going to always think for myself. And I understand what a politician is. Politicians are fucking con men and con women. All of them. Good talking ass motherfuckers. That shit ain't lost on me. I don't believe everything that none of them say. And I understand that they all got an agenda. So that don't get lost on me with Jasmine Crockett either.
Before, right? So if you want to get your first degree, you got to join the Proud Boys. Second degree, you know, you got to be, you got to want to get your second degree. And by the way, your second degree makes you a brother, right? A second degree, we call you brother.
So member, brother.
Yeah, and that's it. That's as far as that goes.
See, look, he want to stop. That's it.
Once you're a brother,
We're not going past brother and member, because he know he gonna start going to shit like maybe sergeant, lieutenant, and this when it really get bad. You know what I'm saying? This when you really gonna get a Rico all up your ass. You know what I'm saying? That's why you want to stop at members and brothers. Look, cut that shit off right there. We not finna run off the whole chain of command and all that shit. And that was good for him. That was good by him.
You go to your third degree in tattoo. Your fourth degree, you don't look for it because it is considered a hardship for the cause. And what is,
if he do, it's bad.
You know, and the media likes to spin it. Well, you need to punch Antifa to get a fourth degree. Absolutely not. If we're at an event and there's some barricades and you jump over to Antifa's side and you punch one of them, that's not a fourth degree. As a matter of fact, we might kick you out for that stupid shit. You can't look for it. So if you're on this side and one of those Antifa dudes comes in and punches you in the face.
Well, I ain't know. I'm sorry, I really just saw Mason and said that comment that I said, but that was really just towards the Masons. I had no idea what the Eagle Club was, so I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. But yeah, I was really just saying that about Masons. I know I was saying their gangs and all that, yeah, so I kind of messed up right there. I didn't even know what the Eagle Club was, so.
You're gonna have to you have to react to it. You can't just let yourself get punched in the face. But if you punch back, that's considered a hardship. But that's not the only thing. That's what the media focuses on. Is like
so violence is how you get.
Most people get their fourth degree from one thing. If you have a career and you get doxxed, you know, and you lose your career, fourth degree. If you get deployed, if you're an active duty member and you get deployed while you are a Proud Boy, that is a fourth degree. In my case, how I got my fourth degree is in 2017, Hurricane Harvey came and devastated Texas and Louisiana. And I had just joined a couple months before that. And I went and we did water rescues for 5 days. We worked with the Coast Guard, we worked with the Cajun Navy. We had a friend of ours that built this open source rescue program to like check on your loved ones, and we do wellness checks. So we did that for 5 days. That's considered a hardship.
That's fucking incredible. I'm a regular donator to the Cajun Navy. Oh shit, what I do, man. Yeah, absolutely fucking great.
They're great people, and they're very organized. I'm surprised it's not like a government organization, and they're so organized, and that's probably why they're so fucking.
I feel like they would be an absolute shit show if they were a government organization.
Yeah, of course.
We see what happens with FEMA and a lot of the government organizations.
When I became chairman in 2018, there was a couple things that
How you become chairman?
I guess we'll get to that, but for the most part, talking about this is we do a lot of charity work, right? We do a lot of like Toys for Tots. We do a lot of bike drives down here in South Florida. I know my Hurricane Coast guys, they do like the bike drive where they go to Walmart, they buy a whole bunch of bikes and they give it to the kids. But one rule that I established is that you cannot record and promote those things. Right? You can't have a video of yourself doing those deeds.
Good,
right? And we don't do that.
I like that.
We'll talk like this and we'll be open about it, but we don't do video.
You guys do a lot of the same type of stuff that I'm aligned with. Like I do a toy drive every year for local in need families down in Eugene, but we don't.
All games try to do little toy drafts and shit. I ain't gonna lie. Try to give away turkeys and shit, book bags. All games do that.
We put out a video saying, hey, if you want to donate, here's an address you can send stuff to if you're not in the local area. Here's where you can drop if you are.
I think it's good to promote it, right? I think it's good so people see, hey, I could get involved in it, and it inspires people. But like, we're at another level, we're an organization, and what I don't want is for the public to be like, oh, they're doing this as a media stunt.
Don't do it for
because it's different, right? For us, it's perception. I don't shit on anybody that does it. I'm just saying, like, as the way that our organization's structured, I just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I don't want to promote.
Yeah, well, I think that there's a lot of people who are opportunistic and they know that the optics are good when they're doing any type of thing like that. You know, the influencer who goes out and films himself giving a homeless person $20 and they're like, hey, cry a little bit.
That's fucking cringe.
It's fucking gross, bro. It's absolutely gross. So I like the way that you guys.
If you're doing like a soup kitchen, like there's certain, it's not binary. If you're doing like a soup kitchen where you're feeding people and it's a bunch of the boys or something, then you want to record it and you guys are having fun, cool, you know? But that's cringe. Like you're walking down the street, you're like, hey, here, man, here's $20. Like you're not doing it with good intentions. I appreciate it, and so does that person because they don't care what you're doing it for. You know, it's money or food in their belly. You know,
if you out here helping people, and it's a way where you can help people and help yourself, so be it. Just because you're recording it don't mean it ain't coming from a good place or you ain't genuine or no shit like that. If you can help yourself while helping people at the same time, I say fucking go for it. 100%.
So, but I made that rule just to kind of keep it clean.
That's good. I absolutely agree with you on that. So as far as, I want to talk about hardships a little bit because I know that you've been through some really excessive shit. But like, have you been through stuff like getting doxxed, swatted, death threats? I know ultimately you ended up in prison. Can we talk about some of the hardships that you've been through with this situation?
I want to generalize first and then I'll focus on myself. So I think this whole thing started on September 9th of 2016, right? Hillary Clinton called Trump supporters a basket of deplorables, right?
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. Right?
Oh shit, nigga, hell, heal. The fuck you in at? Where your husband at?
Homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it.
And what they did with that is they tried to dehumanize half the country. Although we took it for ourselves and we had fun with it, we put it on t-shirts and had...
Both sides do that, and that's the problem. Both sides try to demonize the other side. That's the problem. We need to quit pointing fingers at one side or the other and fix all this bullshit. That's what the fuck we need to do.
That's the goal with deplorables. The serious nature of it is that the left genuinely believe that we're deplorables. And when they saw that insulting us wasn't making a dent, they're like, okay, well, we need to silence them. So in 2017, I had a huge Twitter following. I had a blue check. You know, getting a blue check on Twitter when you're not like a politician or celebrity was very difficult. I had a blue check on Twitter, massive following for the time. And
you could buy that
what they did is they started knocking out conservative voices. They're like, okay, well, insults don't work. We got to silence them. They saw that.
Also, both sides doing that shit with the censorship and all that shit. Both sides. Stop pointing fingers and fix that shit.
That made things worse because when they banned us, like me and the Brad Boys off social media, we started doing a lot more IRL shit. You know, Hurricane Harvey, coming to these events here in Portland. When they saw that the silencing didn't work, it started getting really shaky. You were very shaky ground because they started going after soft financial platforms at first, like PayPal, Cash App. You know, those financial platforms we're not allowed to use. To this day, we're not allowed to use. Really? Yeah. They saw that didn't.
It don't matter if it's more on this side or more on that side. The shit is wrong. Even if it's just one person on this side and one person on that side is wrong. So that's just another way not to deal with the problem. I don't care who doing it more. It should be stopped completely. And it don't make you no better than them because you doing it at a lesser rate. It's wrong. Just a bunch of finger pointing and ain't shit getting fixed. Ain't shit getting better. Because both sides is 100% focused on making the other side look bad. Ain't shit getting fixed. It's like both sides keeping it bad just to say it's because of them. Nah, fuck fixing it. If we fix it, then I can't blame it on them. It's a fucking problem.
So they took it a step further and they took us on for banking, right? Chase Bank. knocked me off. I did an investigation. I worked with Project Veritas. I worked undercover at the time, and we found out that the reason why they knocked me off is because they don't, and I'm going to quote them, they don't do business.
That's because most of that stuff we was watching is basically like almost coming from a right wing perspective. I don't even really go to the videos of people from the left like that, but maybe I need to, so you can see it happening on the other side as well. A lot of this stuff we watching is right-wing content. So of course it's gonna look a certain way.
With those kinds of people. And when I asked them, what kinds of people, those bag of people. So they definanced us completely. But I don't do this for money. And people always call activists clout chasers or grifters, right? If they
happen on both sides.
There's not a lot of money in this, There's money if you're like Mr. Beast or people like that where YouTube is paying them fucking shit ton of money. But there's no real money in this. So when they saw, whoa, we assaulted them, it didn't work. We silenced them, it didn't work.
I guess other people can call it what they want to, BC. I'm just saying what I look at it as.
Which destroyed one of my businesses that I had built over 12 years, by the way. They saw that didn't work. So the next step was locking us down. They got COVID-19. They're like, no, you can't run your fucking business. Stay the fuck home. 6 foot distancing, wear the fucking mask, do the thing. Oh, well, we started doing reopen campaigns across the country. So did a lot of other
I have to know more about them.
Right? That didn't fucking work. So what did they do? They allowed Antifa to be allowed to burn down fucking cities and fucking assault and kill people for the whole summer without consequence. And then they saw that didn't work. So they knew what the real problem was. It was president. So what do? They steal the election. And then January 6th happens.
Is the other part on that numbers?
We know you love the thought of sitting in a Parisian cafe, or exploring the beautiful city of Rome, or enjoying the vibe and excitement.
Y'all don't like JD?
3 of the most beautiful cities in Europe and most visited by Americans today. But if you look a little further, to a place that everyone talks about, a place...
I'm finna show y'all somebody, bro. It's like the kind of stuff I used to watch. Now, this is a warning. This dude is extreme, bro. I don't know if y'all know him, but he don't give a fuck what he say.
Good.
He don't give a fuck. You see, he got her name is Kundis. Kundis.
Right? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah. We have
another warning.
What are you
This
talking
dude is extreme. All right?
And she is a fucking scumbag.
But what famous names advocates are saying, I'm with Candace? Tucker, maybe? Who else?
Let them fight.
So let me be perfectly clear with everyone in saying that I don't care about anyone
in this fight. Not one person. I don't care about Candace Owens. I don't care about Charlie Kirk. Mind you, get his shirt. Okay, famous last words had to deal with black people in his mouth. I don't care about Erica Kirk. I don't care about TPUSA. I don't care about Tim Pool. I don't care about any of them, bruh. That if they were all to disappear from planet Earth right now, I would lose no sleep. I just want to be perfectly clear in stating that. Now, having said that, I will also admit I am not above the fray of turning my gaze from an amazing explosion that is this train wreck. That is correct. I will gladly watch this train wreck happen, okay? And commentate all along the way. Damn.
Y'all see his head?
I hope it all explodes. If everyone loses, I win. If one person loses, I win. Bro, this is a win-win scenario because someone is going to lose, best believe. Because if you haven't heard, TPUSA has called out Candace Owens. That's correct. They have challenged her to a death match, minus the death. But they've called her out for all the, the loony cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs conspiracies that she's been throwing around with, TPUSA, Erica Kirk, Charlie
I ain't
Kirk,
saying I agree with this type of stuff I used to watch.
That she keeps on showing. I just
It's
remember
the other side.
and he told me that he loved McDonald's, and it was just like, how do you love McDonald's, Charlie? I thought you were a Burger King guy.
If we can sit there and watch Nick's stupid ass for 2 hours, this dude only been on 2 minutes and people are ready for it to stop. I'm not saying he not stupid. I'm not saying he not evil and, say some low down shit. But so does Nick. We just watched Nick say bullshit for hours.
You've been saying this, you've been saying that. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. We're tired.
Ever since Charlie's murder,
this has nothing to do with me. I'm better than what? This has nothing to do with me. All I decided to do is go to a creator who on the other side of it. That's it. I don't agree with what this dude's saying, talking about dead people and all that shit. Y'all cut that shit off, huh? This is I understand where you were when Cam met you. Relax, okay? Jesus Christ. I don't even think the man really got into his routine yet. He said the Charlie Kirk shit, but I'm not like this dude, y'all. Damn, that's what, look. Can't even watch the shit. Y'all don't even want to get a shit. Let me try to just go to somebody who less. Oh my God, bro. Y'all gotta slow down, bro. Just relax. Don't start judging me. Just chill. It's just simply hearing what the other side gotta say. That's a problem in this country too. Just listen sometimes. Okay, if you think it's bullshit, if you think it's that's totally fine.
So you also know that every
So pondering politics, that's somebody else I used to watch, but he ain't like disrespectful and shit.
That it was a free and fair election.
He hardcore on the left.
Piers Morgan recently conducted a virally explosive and adversarial interview that lasted 2 hours with the wildly controversial anti-Semite conspiracy theorist and white nationalist
He's just gonna play
Nick
little
Fuentes,
clips.
who also happens to be
Thanks, Marcus.
an on-again, off-again political ally and supporter of Donald Trump, which is really awkward for Piers Morgan, who considers Trump a friend and tends to grade Trump on a curve. So after sparring for about an hour and a half on culture issues and issues of race and anti-Semitism, they eventually got to some political disagreements, specifically the 2020 election. And both Trump and Fuentes obviously claim that the election was stolen from Trump when in fact it obviously was not. Trump just got his ass kicked fair and square. This is interesting because as he was confronting Fuentes, whom he does not like, Piers was also forced to criticize and call out Donald Trump on an issue that matters a great deal to Trump. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, let's dive on in. Again, the full 2 hours is pretty heated. It's an adversarial interview, but I really want to focus on the political side of things as it relates to domestic U.S. politics and Trump, the elephant in the room between these two men.
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened. That is when the government loses its legitimacy and its enforcers, consequently, do also.
Well,
that's exactly what happened in 2020.
There's no evidence the government rigged the election. You know that. You're a bright guy.
Well, let's talk about it. Do you want to talk about the election of 2020?
Yeah. I think Trump lost it fair and square. I think he fought the wrong argument about the stolen election. I've said.
So let's stop right there. Okay, again, this is what I find so interesting. So it's not that Piers won't occasionally criticize Trump. He has before. Instead, he pulls his punches. He grades Trump on a curve. He holds Trump to a lower standard. Now, this is stupid and irrational and dishonest, and we rightly call Piers out.
I can't wait to watch the Bears play again, too. I'm hurt.
But it's interesting when he encounters someone who's a Trump supporter. Now Fuentes is also on the outs with Trump at the moment because Fuentes claims, much like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that Trump has not done enough to fulfill his campaign promises, that he's still too swampy, he's still too interested in like neocon Republican policies, tax cuts, and not like affecting the populist campaign he ran on. And there's a lot of truth to that there was a bait and switch with Trump, though, again, anyone paying attention should have seen that coming a mile away. And so it's just so funny about this. Now,
the election was not stolen.
That this was litigated in more than 60 court cases, and Trump lost 59 out of 60. There has been no credible
it's not even a long clip. It's 14 minutes.
Or federal level, which supports the conclusion that there was any outcome determinative fraud that would have changed the results of the election. So with that in mind, let's hear how Piers tries to walk this tightrope.
To him, to his face,
I agree.
The argument he should have said is that the deliberate suppression of things like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal from the media, by social media, by big tech, was actually a deliberate attempt to subvert the result of the election.
Now, again, Piers has no evidence of that. This is where Piers always loses the debate, where he tries to throw Trump a bone. Piers has no evidence, none, zilch, zero, that there was any sort of collusion between big tech and anybody to suppress a story that was politically damaging to President Biden to cost Trump the election. Now, it is true that the New York Post story, which was kept as an October surprise by Rudy Giuliani, a bad faith attack in the 11th hour of the election, that it was briefly suppressed by Twitter because it felt it violated Twitter's terms of service. It included non-consensual images of Hunter Biden that are nude, for example, right? And as the Twitter files, the so-called Twitter files, were examined years later, mountains of evidence, emails, and correspondence about the people who enforce the terms of service going back and forth. Like, should we do this? Should we not do this? It feels like this violates TOS, but maybe it doesn't. There was like hefty good faith debate behind the scenes about this issue. So Piers is being incredibly reductive and dishonest here when he suggests that there was some sort of grand conspiracy in the private sector to prevent
Got a Democrat on y'all.
There's
No hilarious, bro.
That is a much better argument because it's undeniable. When the New York Post that had that exclusive were basically shadow banned off all social media.
Again, no evidence. No, that's not a good argument. There was no evidence that they did this to try to swing the election for Trump. They thought that it was Russian propaganda and a TOS violation.
For the 2 weeks before the election, that was an absolute disgrace. And if I was Donald Trump, I would focus on that as being my main argument that that election was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, and we've litigated all this now through various court cases. Various Republican judges have ruled there was no rigging of that kind.
I agree with
fact,
that.
The American election
We done
system
been through this 3-4 damn
accepted by
times.
most
That election
people
did not
around the
get
world as
stolen.
being one of the best in the world, one of the most reliable. So I just think he fought the wrong argument. If he said the deliberate suppression of damaging stories to the Bidens, which could have swung the election, was outrageous and unacceptable, I'm 100% behind him. But by building this spurious argument that it was all rigged through voting systems and so on, he lost me.
So again, Piers is forced to kind of humiliate Trump and throw him under the bus. Trump doesn't say, oh, big tech was against me there. He hints at that at time, but he says that there was a mass conspiracy at the rigging level, the vote changing, vote counts, vote suppression, things of that nature, that the machinery of the election was changed. Again, he has no evidence of that. I'll point out again this idea, oh, the media was against me. Okay, well, Hillary Clinton could have made the same argument in the sense that after it was reported that the FBI was reopening its investigation into her in 2016.
Oh my God. Oh my God. $20 cab ride from his eyebrows to his Oh my God. That's a larynx strip, not a forehead. Can we just watch the video? Relax. Oh my God. Chill out. Oh my God.
Media ran wild with it. It dominated coverage. That was politically damaging for her, even though the FBI said, hey, there's no evidence here. It's just we reopened the investigation. We didn't find any evidence of crime, but we did reopen it. The fact that that announcement was made days before the 2016 election absolutely
I never paid
helped
attention to
undermine
this.
her in 2016. So by Piers' logic, just to close the loop on this, I guess Trump and the FBI stole the election in 2016 from Hillary Clinton, right? No, we don't accept it. There is, unfortunately, not an even terrain with respect to media. Sometimes it benefits the right, sometimes it benefits the left. But again, he is also offering a spurious argument. Now, all that in mind, let's continue.
Why should we make HIV such a boring, ugly, sad thing? We also want children to learn and play.
I know, right? Especially up in here.
You can get with this, and you can get with that.
Well, I agree about the voting systems, but, when they went into the machines, I think that was ridiculous. However, what has to be accounted for is that in 2016, 35% of the votes were cast by mail. By 2020, it was 70% because of the pandemic. So you doubled the amount of votes that happened by mail. They called it in-person early voting. They called it a variety of different things. And the other thing that they changed is they solicited the mail-in ballots. So they sent ballots to people's houses. And once you do that, I mean, you have absentee balloting normally, but it's a process. You got to give your social security number, your ID. They send it to you. There's regulations in place. This is an election where they double the amount of mail-in votes, and they sent ballots to people's houses. And when you do that, you break the chain of custody. So they send the ballot out, and then they tell people return it at a 24-hour ballot drop site that's unsupervised. There's thousands of them. And they're going to hope that all the ballots that find their way into these drop boxes were filled out by the person that the ballot was intended for. And I know that didn't happen. I'll tell you why. My uncle has been dead for 26 years. He got a ballot in 2020. It was mailed to my parents' house. And
did your uncle vote? Did your deceased uncle vote? Even if I take that at face value and that your deceased uncle received a ballot. Now he claims
the voting system is flawed, but I mean, was they cheating in 2016 when Trump won? I mean, was it election fraud then? Like the same system?
For example, which is a program the Biden administration came out
with. Oh no,
I
ain't go back to Nick. This is just somebody reacting to the same video we watched.
I think it's actually A-okay if automatic registration and automatic voter or ballot solicitation is sent, as long as it's not partisanly skewed. If only liberals are getting their ballots proactively sent to them and conservatives have to go get them, that's wrong because it disenfranchises the conservatives. It should be even-handed. What you're getting here is Nick Fuentes making abundantly clear, and he goes on. He actually says that women
you ain't voted for no Biden.
He does not want to expand the franchise of voting. He is upset because the 2020 election began a chain of events due to COVID, right? And the fears that
what about people who ain't as mobile, who can't move around? I mean, what's
spread the
going
disease
on?
to others. They made it easier to vote absentee or early, right? To reduce shoulder-to-shoulder traffic on election day. That's good. It maximized, it increased voter turnout. I think that's good. It doesn't matter. Trump won the popular vote. His last election. He benefited from voter turnout, right? It doesn't matter if it benefits Trump or Kamala. I think it's objectively good to make it as easy as possible for people to vote. Nick Fuentes disagrees. He wants the state to not
do things to make it easier for people to vote. No. They should jump through so many hoops to be able to do absentee or mail-in voting. You shouldn't have the government sending that. So he says his uncle got a ballot. The only problem would be is if you tried to fraudulently send your uncle's ballot in to cast a ballot for Trump on his behalf. If your uncle's deceased and nobody tried to commit fraud, what's the harm? And you know that was happening in nursing homes. You know that was happening in apartment buildings.
But you also know that every independent body that has looked at this has concluded there was no widespread rigging, that it was a free and fair election and Trump lost. And the bottom line is he should stop going on about it anyway because he won back the White House in 2024. By your as you have been so keen to tell me, move on, right? No one wants to look back too far.
Exactly. Again, this has been extensively covered. And by the way, again, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. In all the conversations I've had with conservatives as a content creator and as just a student of politics who grew up, surrounded with conservative family members and friends, my question is, where does it stop? You have questions about the 2020 election. What if I have that? Because again, the example I gave you with 2016 about how really uneven negative media coverage hurt Hillary Clinton in 2016, right? Just
but what about people who like in wheelchairs or can't walk or all type of disabilities and stuff like
Democrats in 2020? But you can make the same argument the opposite way that it went to the benefit of the Republicans in 2016 by covering, a nothing burger email scandal because the FBI decided to announce that they'd reopen the investigation. Okay, well, let's think about that. Let's say I wanted to just use their own logic answer. Well, that just must mean that the 2016 election was stolen.
Other places.
What would a Trump supporter say? A Trump supporter would be like, no, it wasn't.
They do get
and it wasn't stolen. I agree with them. But the point is, to Republicans, to Trump supporters, the only way an election can be stolen is if Trump loses or if Republicans lose. But what if Democrats start playing that game? Like, no, we're going to do a forensic audit into every fucking election. We're going to call into question literally every election. We're going to do what you did to 2020 in any time a Republican wins. Would Republicans be okay with that? No. And the difference is we don't. I didn't like the fact that Trump won in 2024, but he won in 2024 legitimately, just like Biden did in 2020, just like Trump did in 2016. That's the difference. That's what makes Democrats better on this issue. Yes, morally superior on this issue. We accept when we lose. You all don't when you lose. So here's us gently trying to nudge Fuentes and Trump in that direction. That's a separate argument. I mean, you can say that he should stop talking about it, but whether it was rigged or not is actually relevant to what happened on January 6th. Because what happened on J6 is people were outraged about it. People were furious that, and by the way, there's never been an independent ballot audit in all the states where there was alleged to be rigging. That has not happened. And certainly it did not happen up until January 6th. And people said, this is ridiculous. They're stealing it. There was that
honestly, if either you or Donald Trump or anybody else wants to show me, I said this to him when I interviewed him last, if you show me the actual hardcore, incontrovertible evidence, then great. I've never seen it. Joe Rogan asked him. He didn't produce it with Joe Rogan. It's just never been produced. But look, I don't want to label the point on that. So I suppose.
And so again, they talk about other things too. And they talk about Trump too. Earlier than that.
What y'all think about that dude? What y'all think about pondering politics? Y'all finna go up. Y'all ain't like that dude? What y'all think about him? You stupid. I have to say when I vote. I think his head has 3 times. Too much of a nerd. Nick a nerd. Nick wins. Which one the Candace reaction on? This the last video we finna react to. Hey, is this the right one with Candace? All right, hold on. This it right here?
Yesterday, Candace Owens had a new thumbnail.
Who said, who suggested this? Is this it?
Who benefited from Charlie Kirk's death? Well, the answer is her, of course. because she's got, what, 20 plus videos with millions of views? The real
Somebody
million-dollar
suggested
question, I
that.
suppose,
You probably
is
need to
how
go to
much
something,
money
upload it recently.
has Candace Owens made
Our ID
milking
you have to
the
give
assassination
me,
of Charlie Kirk with lies?
Is this the
hypocrisy?
video when he crashed out on Candace Owens? Who said that?
Yesterday,
This
Candace
it?
Owens had a new thumbnail for her.
Who suggested the
Yesterday,
video? They left?
Candace Owens had a new thumbnail for her show. The billion-dollar question: who benefited from Charlie Kirk's death? Well, the answer is her, of course.
It's the last
because
video
she's
we're
got,
gonna react to.
what, 20 plus
we'll be back
videos with
tomorrow.
millions of views?
We
The real
already at
billion-dollar question, I
260
suppose,
minutes.
is how much money has Candace Owens made milking the assassination of Charlie Kirk with lies, hypocrisy, innuendo?
That's your opinion, and I respect it, but ain't no way Nick won. I don't know if you was in here when we was watching the whole thing or whatever, and like, but I don't know if you just going off them clips or not, but no, Nick got fucked up in that debate. I can make it, bahaha, YouTube chat. I'm telling you, Nick lost that one, y'all. Tempo was unhinged, psycho, and he lied his ass off. Oh, I ain't gonna lie, Candace people don't play, bro. Yeah, it's cool for you to disagree. That's totally fine.
And crackpot conspiracies. Well, she used this thumbnail, which depicts 3 Polaroid pictures: Kash Patel, me, and a mystery man. Now, of course, on the show, she's not really claiming, or for the most part, it's more about. I had Milo on the show, Milo Yiannopoulos, on Friday, and we had this very cathartic conversation about the inner workings of politics, though I certainly understand there are many people who are upset over what he said. The things that I said, I think it was genuine, and I don't know that I believe or trust everything Milo does, but it is what it is. Now, I will say this. We have been under very serious threat for months following the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We had a vehicle approaching our property slowly, fire a shot, line up with our studio, fire 2 more shots. We don't know what it is. I said it before, I said it again. I'd rather just believe it's random nonsense in the middle of nowhere for someone just shooting a gun for no reason. But it doesn't make sense, and that's a naive way to approach these things. But I try.
At least he ain't saying like, oh, it's the left. At least he ain't do all that. So you gotta give a man credit for that. He ain't saying like he ain't with the division and the divide and the bullshit. So you just couldn't make me believe he wasn't finna try to blame that on somebody from the left or something. But he didn't. So more power to him.
To be rational and pragmatic. So it's a difficult position. It's stressful. It is. Now the issue with Candace Owens is when she makes a thumbnail, the billion-dollar question, and she puts a mystery man in a Polaroid. The insinuation is obvious, and this is the game she's always played. Who benefited from Charlie Kirk's death? And then she shows Kash and she shows me. Because she knows that people who don't pay attention, she knows that regular people scrolling through, they read headlines and they see photos, they insinuate, they connect, and they move on. And that was the point of...
I thought this was the response. I was sitting up asking you, is this the response? And you not saying nothing. So this ain't the video you suggested? This ain't it? I asked.
Of what she was doing. I believe that it is intentional on her part. Now, I don't care about intention. I really don't. I said this last night. Elad was on the show and he said she's intentionally doing it. I said, that doesn't matter. It really doesn't. The question is, what is the outcome of what she's doing as she pushes these psychopath grifter conspiracies so she can profit off of the death of Charlie Kirk while spitting on his grave and smiling as she does? What is the outcome? It's actually pretty obvious. We've received emails from people threatening us with death. And when you ask who benefited and you have a mystery man Polaroid, here's the insinuation. You're saying, is it Kash? Is it Tim? Or is there a mystery person? Because if it was really just about, no, she'll say it's because we were highlighting his episode of With Milo. Then why put the mystery man Polaroid? This is social engineering 101. I've called her out for it before. Assumptive manipulation, assumptive reasoning. The way it works
I
is
agree with all that
you will
about
say
Candace.
something hoping the other person or you knowing they will assume an incorrect thing. It's very common in sales. And
He's hitting it right on the head with that
one way I
about
describe it,
Candace.
without trying to be
That
specific
shit
and call
is
anybody out,
100%
would be
true.
like if I said, you know what I really want to do? I want to buy everyone the most delicious filet mignon they've ever had. That's what I want to do. You know what? You know what? I say we do it. But guys, I really would love to. I really would love to. Now, we need to hit our sales goal of X amount of widgets sold. Then everyone now believes. Did I say I would buy them? No. I said I want to. Then when they do the sales, I come out and say, we did it. I'm getting you dinner. They go, oh man, the best steak dinner of my life. And then I order them a hot dog. And they go, what is this? And I'll say, it's dinner. And they go, you said you were getting me steak. I never said that. I said I wanted to. I can't do that. See, that's how you manipulate someone into doing something without ever having to actually pay off the reward. This is a component of what she does. Who benefited from Charlie Kirk's death? Here's a picture of Tim Pool. We get it. So where are we, my friends? Well, Antunes 1. Candace Owens' new video, Who Benefited from Charlie Kirk's Assassination. Meanwhile, her last 20 videos with millions of views, each all about Charlie. Lies, innuendo, and I love this. None of these things have ever been answered. It's basically the lost of news, politics, and true crime. Every episode is just a question. It's just a question with heavy insinuations. Now, of course, she's tweeted out directly calling on people to pull their donations from Turning Point USA. We have this clip from Nick Fuentes, of all people, Nick Fuentes. And he's got praise for me, which is, look where we are. Candace uniting Nick Fuentes, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin. How is this possible? Was that her play all along? To be a vile, evil scumbag forcing people who normally disagree on many issues to come together? Maybe that's the point, right? Well, here's what Nick said in response to a question about Israel killing Charlie Kirk.
Nick, keep an open mind on Israeli involvement in Charlie's assassination. There are many fact and suspicious events pointing that way. Why are we stopped noticing when it comes to this? America first.
You're an idiot. Sorry. Thank you for the big super chat, but I'm sorry. If you're on the Candace Owens train,
$200 to get called.
I'm not even gonna pretend like I'm going to try to appease you. It's wrong. It's stupid. All of it is stupid, and I'm not going to entertain it at all. And I thought Tim Pool had an epic go-off on it tonight. It was awesome. Well, to be fair, the Daily Beast called it MAGA star melts down at Trump fans in expletive-filled rant, and they called it, I believe they called it unhinged. Yes, in an unhinged verbal assault. Man, it's really interesting. It's really interesting, isn't it? Why is it that so many liberals love Candace Owens?
I know,
Let's
right?
see. Let's scroll down on this. Let me show you. The Young Turks. The Young Turks, are they conservatives? Let's scroll down and see what we have. Maybe Candace is right. Surely Candace is right. She is spot on. It's pronounced TP Israel now. You know what's really fascinating? You know what's fascinating to me is, I like to peruse the old leftist YouTube every now and then. And I went to the Young Turks, and sure enough, they're like aligned with Candace on this. Okay, I say like as the literal, not completely, but it feels that way.
Yes, Jay.
And the
so
comment
the right
sections
video?
are, you find the right video.
I hope so.
You find a video that's related to Turning Point, Erica Kirk, Israel.
I'm going to end the stream
and
after
it's so
this
funny.
video.
The overlap between Turning Point and Candace's audience, they love each other. Anna Kasparian even saying that she's been watching more Candace Owens recently. You know, it's really fascinating. It's true crime, it's female coded, and Candace has tapped into it with her Stanley mug and her, I loved him, when I said, yeah, I feel like an alien here. And he said, I'm a time traveler. I'm like, what is it, like a romantic drama? Yeah, true crime, romance, mystery box. I genuinely believe that Candace Owens likely planned this out. I think she's very smart. And I think they were looking at how do we make compelling content. You can take a look at shows that have succeeded, shows that have failed. And I think they very much went for Mystery Box is great. Mystery Box is a show that always ends on a cliffhanger. So, for example, we joked about this here about, doing skateboarding stuff that always ends on a cliffhanger. You do something random, completely random. There's two ways to resolve it.
Yeah, Candace
I could say something
right
like,
now.
as I'm wrapping up a segment, I can go, whoa, I just got an email
The above video.
Oh my God. Oh
The
my God.
above video
I need
where?
to do another segment on this, guys. Check out my next segment coming up at 1. I can't believe this.
He ain't crashed
And then I was
out.
like,
I'm saying, what's going
What's
on?
the next episode? I have to watch. I was talking to my buddy Robbie. Shout out Robbie. And he was just like, Tim, it's
So
like
this ain't it?
every episode ends
Tell
on a
me now
cliffhanger.
if
You
this
just
ain't it,
gotta
I
see
can
the next
switch.
episode to figure out what happens. And I don't really take it seriously. And I'm like, well, a lot of people do. And it's destroying politics.
a
We're
link
trying
in
to
chat,
fix
you
and
can
mend these
see.
problems. And she's sitting there
Can you not see
smiling,
it?
burning it all down. Let me finish this video from Nick. I have never seen such a clear-cut case.
No, I don't see
of
no
an
link. It
individual
just say this
person
one, Jake,
being
but it
such
ain't nothing
an
there.
unnecessary
I'm so
detriment
baked and watching 5 minutes behind.
through
Shouting LOL,
sheer
my bad.
ignorance and
My bad,
irresponsibility.
Jake,
I've
bro.
never
It's
seen
all right.
it. Because you could say other people that have done things like Shapiro or Charlie Kirk or whoever, you could say they're part of a system or there's an incentive structure, they're playing by the rules, whatever. Candace is spearheading this thing, like she is creating this hysteria, and it is to the detriment of everybody. It is to the detriment of the right wing broadly. It is to the detriment of anyone that seriously
What's up, guys? It's Ben A. The podcast wars of 2025 have gone thermonuclear with Candace Owens. Happened on Friday night. Tim Pool has finally snapped and said that Candace Owens is an effing evil scumbag, degenerate, C-word. She's burning everything down, gloating and smiling while she does it. This is
I'll be able to watch it later and
thermonuclear.
have it
It's
for
the only
tomorrow,
video in
but
my entire
I don't want to go to
feed
Twitter while I'm
right
on
now.
screen
Candace
right now.
has responded. Let's
But
go.
this ain't
Here's
it either,
Tim
y'all.
Pool's shot across the bow against Candace.
today, a large portion of people believe Turning Point, the victim, is actually the perpetrator. That's how terrifying the political climate is. The left doesn't have this degree of self-sabotage. And so if you think about, not only did the left get everything they could have dreamed of from the murder of Charlie Kirk. And again, I don't know what Robinson's political affiliation is. He's got a transferring boyfriend.
Not
We'll
the
see what the
response.
evidence
What, Candace responds?
So you believe the FBI story?
I'm so, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh, what the FBI says, Tara Robinson did all that. So
Do you believe that? I think that the evidence we have seen thus far, Occam's razor suggests Robinson is the likely culprit. We will see what happens in the trial when evidence is presented, but there's literally no other story. Just a bunch of fucking retards on the internet saying stupid shit. And what that does is, the organization that helped get Donald Trump elected, which needs to persist, you're going to be a fan of it, but it certainly will help get individual congressional candidates elected and stop Democrats from launching new committees and putting more people in prison like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. Instead, it's being gutted by fucking psychopaths telling people to pull their donations. So when this organization burns to the ground, or whatever the fuck happens to it, maybe they're fine.
Okay, I'll have that
The
link.
organization
Maybe we'll
that's
watch
rallying
that tomorrow
young
and get
people,
both
causing a
reactions, but
shift in the political leanings of a
I
generation
just
for the
don't
first
wanna
time in
click
history,
off and go
is
to
now
Twitter
in
and
dire
all that
straits.
stuff while
Their
I'm on
leader and
stream.
founder murdered, and prominent pieces of human trash are trying to destroy it. It's fucking evil. So you know what? When someone pulls in front of my property and fires on it several times, I'm sitting here looking at these vile pieces of shit and thinking to myself, for what purpose will I stick my neck out if this is what happens after Charlie Kirk is killed? Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate.
Damn.
She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with this we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit.
I don't know if he really mad at what she's saying, or he's just mad that she going against the right, or mad what it might do to the right or what it might do to the party or something. It's hard to tell what he really mad about. Seems like he thinks she harming the party more than like what she actually saying with all these conspiracy theories and all this shit. That don't seem like what he got a problem with. Like it's going to take you a long time to dig through the bullshit, but it's fun to watch your journey and can't wait to see where it leads. Thank you. He said, you know, scared he definitely pissed about everything going on, including his home being shot up.
She's making everyone else suffer. And
I mean, his house getting shot up is definitely horrible and wrong, but Candace ain't got shit to do with that. I do think she harming Turning Point USA. I think that's her goal. What she doing to Charlie Legacy, yeah, I think she harming that too. And they are all speakers of the truth.
These conservatives out there that send me these messages have no balls to call her out.
Tim Pool going scorched earth. A lot of people in the comments agreeing with him. What do you think? Tim Pool then turning his guns on other conservative commentators who refuse to engage in this battle or fight this battle. This is why we've covered this case so closely. I mean, am I perfectly satisfied with everything that's gone on in the investigation? Of course not. I've said this live on stage. I've said this.
Oh, you ain't gonna play the video no more, I'm saying, though. Shut the fuck on up.
Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you fucking cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm fucking done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. Shouldn't give two fucking shits. No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. Damn. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy. And she doesn't give a shit about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my fucking property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got fucking strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who try to live there. How the fuck am I even supposed to sell this property?
No, the thumbnail was who benefited more or who benefited the most from the death of Charlie Kirk or something like that. It wasn't who killed Charlie Kirk, though. It was like who benefited the most or something along them lines.
And you know, it's all lies, it's all hypocrisy, and it is for the purpose of making money, and she does not live the way other people live. And she claims she liked Charlie, she loved Charlie, and she is burning everything down that he built because she is evil. She is evil.
The left benefited the most from what? From what happened to Charlie? Or like financially? I don't know about that. In terms of effect, in the end, yes, I don't know, cause I don't know. Look, cause I don't want to get caught up in this whole conspiracy theory shit. But in my opinion, it's like, I don't even want to say the right. It's almost like the Trump administration needed some type of diversion or something to get people to look at or pay attention to when this shit happened to Charlie Kirk. Now, I'm not saying nobody did nothing, but Republicans also benefited a lot of what happened to Charlie Kirk, especially the Trump administration.
Tim Pool then calls out Megyn Kelly, saying that she was weak on this issue. And
did I say Trump sacrificed him? I ain't say that. That ain't what I said. We talking about who benefited from it. I ain't saying nobody did nothing. I literally said that. Right? She wasn't saying you ain't Tim Pool benefited, yeah. Charlie made big mistakes to turn around her. Yeah, bug impact. What? I think everyone in the government is shady as fuck. Me too. The left benefited because Charlie was changing hearts and minds. You are full of shit if you say Trump. If you don't be getting mad talking about nobody full of shit because they don't agree with you, because that ain't gonna get us nowhere. Because I could just come back and say, well, with your opinion, you full of shit. Then what that leave us at? That ain't how you have a damn conversation. Respect other people's opinion. Because I'm gonna respect yours. I don't have to think what you think. Don't tell me I'm full of shit for what I think. Like I ain't an individual. Get your ass on. My bad, the left and the swamp Republican would benefit the most. Man. Goodbye, God, and God bless you. Y'all be acting like somebody. Look, I appreciate everybody who watch, but if you don't want to watch, I ain't finna bag your ass to watch me. Goodbye. See you. Young brother Charlie Barlow voted to turn up like they never seen. I agree with that.
That conservatives are going to lose the midterms because of this, the single most effective assassination. Not only did they kill Charlie, not only did they take down Turning Point or fracture Turning Point and their supporters, and Turning Point being the single largest youth organizing and most successful youth organization in the history of America. But also now they're breaking apart the coalition that helped Trump win. Most successful assassination in history, Tim Pool says. Here we go.
We're live at Famous Footwear. It's photo
People
time.
like that, I ain't worried about that Barkley dude. I'ma always say what I think. I'm not just, if we happen to agree, that's fine too. If I don't agree, I got a different opinion, I'ma say it. If you got a problem with that, I'm probably ain't who you should be watching no way.
Firefighter approved.
At Bell Tire, we're giving free lifetime maintenance with every tire we sell.
And beating anyone's price.
And we fix flats for free. It's just what we do for our customers.
Another day getting people back on the road. Bell Tire. That's how we are changing tires.
We live for the moment. Whether across the world or right across the table, we live to be there. Meet a new way to express.
Yeah, I can mute it. That ain't no problem. Thanks for watching, Brenda.
And I'll say it again, this conservative movement is fractured, it's fried, whatever it is. Okay? Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending the other direction.
I just paused it when I got something to say because the microphone died. We've been streaming 282 minutes, so the damn microphone died, so that's why y'all can't hear me as clear. But if I got something to say, I'll pause it.
Till Charlie Kirk was murdered. Yeah. And this is the point, isn't it? The most effective political assassination in history, and thanks to the likes of the vile cunt Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators of the crime that was against them. I don't get paid by any of these people. I'm not on good terms necessarily with Turning Point USA. They didn't invite me to their stupid event. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. They invited me back after I started criticizing Candace. I'm not going to your event. I'm over all of this shit. The last thing that I need to deal with is a bunch of cowards in conservative media refusing to stand up to her. Megyn Kelly, come on. I appreciate the kind words, but come on. Such fucking pathetic bullshit. You know, and I get people saying, Tim, thank you so much for talking about it. I don't care. I'm not doing a favor for anybody. I'm not doing this to benefit anybody. Nobody's paying me. There's no fucking Russia. There's no fucking Israel. There's just me sticking my neck out and then risking dying for what? A bunch of cowards that don't want to stand up to protect themselves? People like fucking Candace Owens?
I couldn't believe that she put you in the thumbnail of
a fucking cunt
of her piece today.
I'm done.
The idea that she didn't imply that you had some benefit or that you benefit somehow.
She benefited. I think she's a Fed, and I think she killed Charlie. No one benefited more than her.
God damn, can he say that? Can he say I think she a Fed and I think she killed Charlie? What the fuck? That sounds like a lawsuit. What the fuck? What the fuck going on? What? He going crazy. Can he say that? I know it's his opinion, but you accusing somebody of, he can say that shit? Damn. Well, I guess Candace out here accusing everybody of doing it too, though, right? But I was saying the same shit. I was shocked that nobody sued her. He didn't say she did it. Okay, let's go back right quick. He said, and I think she killed Charlie
that want
because
to
he
stand
said,
up and protect themselves. People like fucking Candace Owens.
I couldn't believe that she.
That what you saying, numbers? Because he said,
"Think." Fucking cunt.
Of her piece today.
I'm done.
The idea that she didn't
fucking
imply that you had some benefit or that you benefit somehow, like it.
She benefited. I think she's a Fed, and I think she killed Charlie. No one benefited more than her, and now she is.
I think it's 100% true. Ain't nobody benefit more than Candace. Like, he just showed all them videos. Each one of them videos is over at least 2 million views. Like, so, I mean, she benefiting at a high fucking rate. And I think it shows she benefiting how she won't let it go. I mean, Candace basically said everything that could be said. But all the videos are still about this situation. That's because the money is fucking rolling in, bro. The money is rolling in.
You look at what's stopping us from winning in 2026.
I mean, I feel like he needs to put on a performance because he loses. So anybody who, I mean, Candace so big out here, I'm pretty sure everybody who say something about Candace gonna lose some subscribers and stuff, especially if you on the right just like Candace, because y'all probably got some of the same people watching y'all and people gonna do shit like pick sides. And let's be real, Candace real big. I mean, Cam was losing subscribers because the back and forth with Candace Owens. I mean, that's basically what he's saying. Like, people is scared and people won't say shit and people are cowards. That's kind of what I feel like he's getting at with that.
It's right now, what the biggest threat and the biggest fear we have is, it is the disarray on the right. It is the fracturing of the coalition of all the different voices that came together and stopped the neoliberal bullshit liberal economic order machine.
I'll play you Tim's final commentary here saying that he's going to shut down.
What Candace say? Oh my God, this lady is so smart at flipping shit, bro. Oh my God, this lady crazy. She can be black when she needs to be. Oh my God. Oh my God, this lady crazy. This lady basically calling this man broke. You mad cause you broke. Oh my God. This lady is crazy. This lady is crazy.
Tim Catch IRL, because of all of this, very sad. I love
Oh
that show.
my God.
Love being on that show. But nonetheless, I get it, man. As a father, as an operator, this kind of stuff, you have a breaking point, you know. And this is a lot of people's breaking
He
points.
said he don't
Kind of
know. He
explain,
said the
says
19th might
Candace,
be his last
but I sense that
episode.
this isn't actually about
Tim
me.
Pool was saying his show might end on the 19th. I don't know. After whatever happened at his house and stuff, he was basically talking like he might give it up.
Tim Pool is under tremendous financial pressure. Men behave a certain way when they're under economic pressure, and I feel like he's lashing out. And I happened to be here, says Candace Owens. On that note, I genuinely hope whatever it is, he gets through it. And I can guarantee you, without blaming the future 2026 GOP midterm results on Candace Owens is not the solution. Okay, so this is
funny,
Candace
though, I ain't gonna lie.
effectively saying that Tim Pool now has financial troubles. I can tell you, I think I know as a matter of fact that that's not true, but that's the commentary. Okay.
I think everybody act a little weird when they broke. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't start attacking men. I don't know nothing about her, but does anyone know if she had a wedding? Who, Candace? I have no idea if she had a wedding. Trust none of them. They all have an angle. I agree. He said you pay more for security than it's reasonable due to this.
Okay, here we go.
I don't think Candace had nothing to do with what happened at Tim Pool's studio or house or whatever you want to call it. I don't think Candace had nothing to do with that.
Candace Owens always referred to herself in the third person or plural. It's always we and us. Candace Owens' new video, Who Benefited from Charlie Kirk's Assassination? Meanwhile, here's our last 20 videos with millions of views each, all about Charlie. Yeah.
That was a good one.
So
right there.
the commentary on this is wild. Again, this is the most viral video on the
I
entire
heard
internet.
something crazy the other day. So
Very strange that Candace Owens is now injecting herself into what happened with Tim Pool after he called her out less than 48 hours before. She's exhibiting behavior similar to the murderer who returned to the scene of the crime. Tim Pool did say that he thinks Candace Owens is a fad and that Candace Owens killed Charlie.
That ain't what he said. He said he thinks she killed Charlie. You need to chill out, big glasses. And why y'all ain't saying about this dude forehead? Shit. Oh yeah, I get that too. Yeah, she probably ain't seen him, but yeah, I mean, we can't be holding people responsible for these extremists who follow them, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's on these extremists. I'm not repeating it. Wow, is that bad? Yeah, somebody told me her.
Tim Pool just went on an unhinged rant about Candace Owens.
Dude with connections to Britain or something like that.
Somebody check on him. I mean, obviously, there's going to be Candace fans.
You do not got a normal forehead. If that's what we doing. So we all noticed the other dude forehead, the Democrat dude forehead, and then we gonna sit here and act like Benny Johnson just got a regular size forehead. Y'all be tripping me out, bro.
Candace Owens by name. She's the evil person who will destroy everything Charlie Kirk built for financial gain. Tim Pool is absolutely right to get heated here. Tim Pool is right about Candace Owens.
You know how rich people do.
Manipulative garbage. Tim Pool explains how Candace is intentionally manipulating her followers.
First said it must be bad.
An assassin to kill her. But that was community noted. We talked about that on our show.
$15 ride, not that big old 20.
If Candace Owens isn't responsible for the shooting at Tim Pool's home, she can appear on my show anytime. Until then, it just feels weird, you know? Something just doesn't add up. I don't know, but like, I know she had something to do with it, says the quartering. Goodness gracious. Okay, podcast wars of 2025 have begun. And we're part of them, and get ready for more. It's gonna be exciting.
Smiling for this shit ain't good.
And more importantly, is it going to destroy the conservative movement? That is one thing that Charlie would hate. The biggest desecration of Charlie's memory is to atomize the coalition.
Six guns.
And that's what really pisses me off.
They got here in 2019 Trump.
That's what's making me so enraged. Not only that, the lies, the slander, the libels against good people, people that I know, myself. Turning Point, I mean, there's an entire op here in order to try and crush and destroy Turning Point, fracture it from the outside. And so we just tread lightly, right? Like we see what's going on. You have to have the strength and you have to have the force to be able to push back against it.
We tired of your ass, Benny.
Maybe it's over for my show. This is it. There you go.
People are shooting at you. That's obviously your
certainly
100%. But we lost Charlie Kirk. You're thinking about, taking off in the sunset. Who we got left? So Charlie's gone.
Candace Owens. Congratulations.
Okay, we got Candace Owens too.
Good. So you can spin around with your dick in your hand while you sound like a retard to the average person. And then
what about Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Fox? And I'm saying what?
Democrats win.
But you're taking off.
Yeah, you know why? Because people are not. When I get private texts and messages saying like, "Oh yeah, I agree with you, but I would never dare say anything," I'm like, I'm not doing this. My whole life, I have had a disdain for those who demand others work for them. Now, I hold on for a minute. Like, I understand we all work for each other. I'm saying. I remember when I was younger, I was like, we're in Chicago, I skateboard, but there's nowhere to skate in the winter. So what do we do?
Everybody in
holy
Chicago.
Crap, figure something out.
Damn, you would think Chicago was red. You would think it was like I'm saying. All these motherfuckers from Chicago or the Chicago area, like damn.
10 of my friends come together and put $100 down every month. We can actually rent a warehouse. And you know what they all said? You do it and then let me know and I'll think about it.
Yeah.
And that's the world and that's what people do. So when people message me saying I wouldn't dare speak up against Candace, I'm just like, oh, fuck off, dude. Coward. But to the people that have started speaking out, calling her out, good. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter.
I'm in Chicago too.
It doesn't really matter.
Mostly
she can say whatever she wants. She can do whatever wackaloon show she wants. The fact that she put me on her thumbnail today titled "Who Benefited from Charlie Kirk's Death?"
People be back, need the clicks.
Whether she's retarded, I don't think she is, or doing it intentionally, it doesn't matter. The message is clear. You speak up against her, and she will sick people on you. Is that the purpose? I called her out.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think her fans just gonna get you. I don't think she's sicking nobody on you or telling nobody to get you or telling nobody to do this, do that. I just think that's how our fan base is. I just think they gonna unfollow people who say something bad about it. They gonna hop your comment section and talk shit about you and all this shit. And you might even got some of the more extreme ones who gonna ride past and let shots off at your fucking house or your studio or whatever. But I don't believe Candace is telling nobody to do none of that.
On the thumbnail was because you had the audacity to call her out. It was,
and no one else would, and people don't, and so many people don't. Like when Ben Shapiro,
Cam called her out first for the record. You know, y'all might had bigger channels than Cam and all this shit who ain't seen it, but Cam was the first person I seen called out. So stop saying won't nobody do it. Okay, I googled it, so maybe I heard it wrong. And it was engaged instead of wet. If Jay gotta get fat down himself, he is out of here.
was on with Megyn Kelly, and Megyn Kelly deferred and then said, all right, well, and demurred, and then later came out and said, Candace never said that. It's like,
wow.
You know what, man?
Jake, my hubby was on top of 15 dishes.
She can say every which way a million times, but never directly say it for plausible deniability.
Yep.
As if
how many years ago you say? Hold on. 15 years ago. Oh, 5 years ago now. He ain't never arrested me. I was done being a criminal.
It's what a stupid world to live in. So listen, it's not just about her. She comes up because she,
Is that a joke? Oh my Jesus, Ken, is that a joke? Ken, bro, what the fuck is you talking about, bro? You trolling? Why'd you come in and say that racist ass shit, boy? I don't know who that is, so you might be right, Terry. I wouldn't know who he is to even see him call her out, so. Ken, you got one more.
There it is. Now she put me on her thumbnail. She's a piece of trash.
What do you think? Let me know in the comment section. Obviously, I know that this is fractured both sides. I feel like we should do a deep dive on it today on the show. And maybe that's what we'll do. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. Keep fighting.
Yeah, I don't know what the Ken do though. Fuck him. Yeah, she making fun of Cam like a motherfucker. Yeah, it means shaking my head. I think I'm finna end the stream. We've been streaming 300 minutes. I think I'm finna end it, guys. Yeah, I mean, shaking my damn head. You at the D. You be safe, Jake. I will. You be safe as well. Jake, can you do a 5-minute video called Inconvenient Truth about the Democrat? Oh my God. I can't do that. I can't do that, though. I mean, I got some real issues with the Democratic Party right now. So, I mean, that's not a bad idea, but you funny as hell. Y'all kill me. That's why everybody think I'm a Republican. That's why I be dealing with the shit I be dealing with. It's because of chat. Everybody like, it ain't no way he ain't no Republican. Look at his whole chat talk. Remember when I first met Cam and I was like, what's the odds of your whole chat being racist and you not racist? And that's probably how people feel about me. Not saying y'all racist, but because y'all Republicans. Like, what's the odds of your whole chat being Republicans and you not? This shit is absolutely crazy. Even if you chat 5 minutes late, yeah, make sure you all the way on the live, you know. Make sure that pull that red line all the way down. I'm not no damn Republican, they cool though. I ain't saying everybody, I shouldn't have said that. Okay, I see you got offended. I'm sorry. But at least 95% of my following is Republicans. The majority. That's what I'm gonna start saying. The super majority shit. I'm sorry. You cool though, Jake. Yeah, I like Orange Man and Jake more. Orange Man. The fact is, I don't know what's going on. Y'all trip me out, man. Jesus Christ. Well, thank y'all for watching me. Thank you for supporting me. God bless all y'all. I appreciate all y'all. Hope all is going well for all y'all. Hope y'all get to chill, get some food, get some sleep, get some rest. Enjoy whatever you got going on for the rest of the night. Thank y'all for spending this time with me and reacting to these videos with me. And I feel like I've been out at a party or something. I'm just sitting here looking at my phone and the TV. So I appreciate y'all. I'm thankful for y'all. Like I said, God bless all y'all. And we'll be back with tomorrow. So since we gonna be doing these reaction videos to it ain't just super cold till we get out this little cold ass freeze right here in Chicago or whatever, then I can like start planning places for us to go and shit like that. Anybody who got any interesting videos that y'all like to react to on stream and that y'all feel like the community will like or we need to watch it, send them to me on Twitter. Jake News 4800. Like, just send me videos, send me clips. At least that way I already have some videos ready or something for us to watch or something like that. Cause I just be trying to pick what's hot or what's going on and what I think might interest the community or whatever. But any videos y'all got, send them to me. Y'all want me to go ice skating? Y'all want me to fall so bad. I thought y'all let that go, Gene. I really thought y'all let the ice skating go. Are we leaving? Yeah, I'm finna end the stream, Jessica. Sound good. See y'all on the next one. Remember, if you got any videos or something that y'all want me to react to or y'all think it'd be interesting to watch or whatever it is, send them to me on Twitter. Jake News 4800 on Twitter. Also, follow me on Twitter. Have a good night, Jessica. Go Bears. Y'all don't know Jessica is an honorary Bears fan this season. She don't want to tell nobody, but she is. Okay? I got the screenshot. Good night, y'all. I don't have Twitter, so I'll email. You can email too. Jake News at 4800. You can mail it to that too. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for believing in me. Yeah, Jessica, the secret is out. The secret is out. Bear down. Oh my God. You lying on Jessica. No, I'm not. Jessica, really? You ain't finna tell her what happened? I'm finna go in our moderator chat, screenshot the conversation, and I'm gonna have my proof. I'm gonna put it on Twitter. Tell them the truth, Jessica. You got 1 minute and 30 seconds before I end this stream to tell these people the truth. Okay. Okay. Put your little purple and gold hearts. Okay. Don't worry about it, Jessica. It's okay. Relax. Besides today is nobody drink from the skull. Their enemy. Thank you. All right, good night, y'all. We'll be sitting right here a whole nother hour just sitting right here laughing, joking. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Remember, you got any type of videos, anything like that, send it to my email, jakenews4800@gmail, or just send it to me on Twitter at jakenews4800 or any other platforms you got. I mean, it's all jakenews4800. Just send it to us. So I love all y'all. Grateful for all y'all. Thank y'all all so much.